Well, good morning and welcome to the UE Spec, the UE Sport and Physical Education Center here in St. Augustine, Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, it's round 7 clash. Guyana Happy Eagles taking on the combined campuses and colleges. And it's day number 2 action here at the UE Spec. And Guyana starting off well yesterday after CCC winning the toss, electing to bat first. They dismissed a CCC for 200, a flat 200. Demario Richards 43, Gudakesh Moti in the wickets with 2. Virasamy Permol as per normal, 3 wickets to him. Isaiah Ton, the young man, the 19-year-old with 2, and of course Niall Smith as well having 3. So at the moment, the Guyana Happy Eagles, in response to that 200 set by the CCC, they are 114 for the loss of 1 after 28. Perez, he is there. He already got a half century. Tej Narayan Chandapal, he was dismissed of the bowling of Amari Goodrich. He was, of course, caught behind by Demario Richards. My name is Visham Lalman, and I'm joined by Mr. Sean Devers out of Guyana. Good morning, Sean, and how are you?
Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to everybody watching and listening. I'm good. The day is good, so that's making me feel extra good. I was expecting rain over the weekend. That's still an expectation. So CCC with 6 losses so far, no chance of winning the tournament. But Guyana still within a chance of winning their 13th title, and which would be their 7th in 9 years. But it's certainly gonna take a lot of positive batting from the Guyanese, and another dismal batting performance from the CCC in their second innings, because likely rain will be coming over the weekend and this game ends on Saturday. So today and tomorrow will be crucial days for the Guyana team.
Yes, certainly, Sean. It's already looking as though there are some grey skies above us. Let's hope that the rain stays away and doesn't play spoil sport this morning or during today's play.
Well, let me tell you about the other games. The Leeward Islands making 300. Michael Louis going way ahead on the aggregate. He got an even 100, his 3rd in the tournament. First delivery pushed into the offside by Perez, so he's off the mark. Today he goes now to 62 and a total of 115 for the loss of 1 wicket. Windward Islands, in reply, they have lost Solozano for 4 off Jeremiah Louis. That's the brother of Michael Louis, so both Louis having a wonderful time there for the Leewards. So that's the end of the close of play on the first day in Antigua. The next game in Antigua, Barbados bowled out for 153.
Wow.
The West Indies Academy 119 for 4. Akeem Augustine, he's 67 not out, so good news there if you're a Guyanese supporter. Guyana would want the Academy to beat Barbados. And in Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago batting all day, 308 for 7 off of their 90 overs. So that's the update in the other matches. As you said here, there's a couple of ominous clouds in the sky, but no immediate threat of rain.
Yeah, certainly. And just speaking about the rain, and he's bowled him. That's the first class wicket for Avinash Mahabir Singh. And what a blow it is. It seems to be Raymond Perez who has to go. Congratulations to the man from South Trinidad, Avinash Mahabir Singh. What a bowler, what a player, what a splendid young man he is. And congratulations again once more, Avinash Mahabir Singh.
Yes, wonderful delivery. Well flighted, turned a little bit, went through the gate. A big shot, cover drive attempted there by Perez. He missed the shot. And let's look at it back on the replay. Can we do that? Excellent delivery though from the young bowler who celebrated his 23rd birthday only yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. A late birthday gift for him. but I think he'll take that nonetheless. That's his first class wicket, Sean Levers. That must be some feeling for the young man.
Yes, any first is a good feeling because there could never be a second first. And of course, that will do his confidence the world of good. I was saying yesterday that it's a good thing that he batted first. And he batted really well too. A short little knock. But that would have helped his confidence. If he'd bowled first, he would have been maybe a little more nervous. But he's got the first class arena under his belt already. He's been in the field batting. And so now he's coming to bowl. It's going to be a lot easier for him. Second ball of the day. Here is
Good.
Mahabir.
A good follow up there from Mahabir Singh.
Yeah.
But you know something about Mahabir Singh. He has a very good quicker ball. He has the ability to turn the ball the other way as well. And
So he bowls legs breaks too?
well, he has that knuckle ball
Oh,
as well.
that doesn't turn. It moves away.
Just slides
Yeah.
on and moves away
yeah,
a bit
Yeah.
off the surface.
Yeah.
But a good first over
Yeah.
for the CCC, a good first over for Avinash Mahabir Singh. Guyana Happy Eagles 117 for 2.
Yeah. So good break by the CCC. The first over, a wicket falling. So good news if you're a CCC fan. CCC made up of universities in Barbados at Mona, in Barbados at Cave Hill, in Jamaica at Mona. I think there's a 5 Nations University in Antigua, but I don't think there are any players from there as yet. And of course, right here in Trinidad at St. Augustine, it used to be in the past, the University of Guyana had players like Guilford Moore, Ramnarayan Chattagoon. They all played for the CCC coming out of the University of Guyana. And there's tertiary educational facilities also here in Trinidad. And another one in Jamaica. But this year we've not seen any players from those institutions, just the 3 main universities. So a good blow for them early on day 2.
Yeah, Perez must be gutted with that effort this morning. Here's Goodrich. This one just fended away. But a story about Avinash Mahabir Singh. This young man came to the southeast zone in Trinidad to on trials for the southeast zonal under 13 team. At that time, I was trying as well to make the Southeast under 13 team. I'll continue that story after this delivery. And guess what, Sean? He came with his parents at the age of 9 years old. And what this young man displayed at the age of 9 years old, there was no one in the entire group that displayed that level of cricketing ability,
He
Sean.
was always an off spinner.
Always an off spinner. Well, an all-rounder, so to speak. And as he progressed in his cricketing career, he would have developed more as a bowler than a batsman.
Goodrich from the southern end. Sun still bright and sunny here on day 2.
And what makes this moment so special for me as a commentator, Sean, is I would have played my first zonal game alongside Avinash Mahabir Singh, Navin Bidesi, Cephas Cooper. So it's such a special moment for me to be on here and seeing Avinash Mahabir Singh capture his first class wicket.
Yeah, that would certainly be good for you. Grew up together. Obviously, you're good friends. Same age group.
Yep.
Sun now back in all its glory. There's still some cloud cover overhead, but more patches of blue in the sky. sun very hot still. This is a hot period throughout the Caribbean. Goodrich bowls and forward comes Imlak. Gets his first run to misfield and he's off the mark. He now, no, he's not off the mark. He got his first run already. He goes to 2. 27 to Imlak. Imlak and Anderson from opposite sides of Guyana. Imlak from the county of Essequibo. And of course Anderson from Berbice. Imlak plays for the DCC, the Demerara Cricket Club. Anderson plays for the Rose Hall Tongan Sports Club. So good delivery again, just back of a length and pushed into the offside. That's the end of the over. So 118 for 2, 30 overs gone. Guyana's got to score at least 400 runs in the next 80 overs. So they've got a lot of time to get there if they want to get the maximum batting points.
Yeah, definitely so. And with the results so far that's happening, of course, subject to change over the course of the next 2 days of cricket and today as well. You know, things could go the way of the Guyanese, providing that they play well and win. But they need to do their job, Sean, which is to win the game.
Yeah, that's the first part they've had to do, and then wait for results to go favorably in their direction. It's not a foregone conclusion that any team could win the tournament as yet. This is just day 2, and we saw in Barbados a big improvement from the West Indies Academy, bowling out Barbados to 153. They're number 2 on the list. And so cricket is a glorious game of uncertainties, so you never know. Mahaj. Avinash comes in and bowls, and there is no run, pushed onto the back foot. Avinash with number 5 on his back. And he's gone, caught behind. Big blow for Avinash. 2 quick wickets. He's got both of the wickets to fall today. And looking at that again, it was on the line of the off stump, just outside. The edge found, the catch taken by Kemal Safri. And Anderson has to go. So the total now, yes, beautiful delivery. Just straightened up, maybe the arm ball or the drifter, and it went past the edge, hit the outside edge, and well taken there by the wicket keeper. The wicket keeper is Richards, having a good match so far. This is his second catch. He top scored with 43. So CCC may be bringing their best game for the last round. If that is so, then Shamar Brooks could get 100 when CCC begins their second innings. 119 for 3 now, in reply to the 200 made by the CCC team. Mahabir Singh Continues. Good running between the wickets. 3 runs to Sinclair. He's been the leading run scorer for Guyana. And the third leading in the aggregate in all overall in the tournament. Has been very, very consistent with the bat. His batting has gone past his bowling in this tournament as he improves. Started as a bowling all-rounder, made the West Indies team as an off-spinner, and the A team, and the Guyana team. But now he's become arguably a batting all-rounder. Got a first-class 100 in this tournament. His maiden first-class 100, 165 not out. So Guyana playing 2 matches in St. Kitts. The first one against Trinidad and Tobago was washed out after the first day. Jason Mohammed managed to get 100 in that game. Then they lost to the Leeward Islands in their second match when Michael Louis became the 11th batter to score centuries in both innings of a first-class match. And since then they've been on a roll. They beat the Bajans and the Windward Islands in Antigua, and then beat the Jamaicans in Jamaica. So now eyeing their 13th title. This is the first time they're playing without Leon Johnson as captain. In the last couple of few years, since 2014, Leon Johnson made his debut. In fact, it was against this team that Leon Johnson made his debut when they last played in the regional first-class tournament, 2014. Right here at this ground, it was on the lights, and CCC defeated Guyana. In those days, a strong CCC side. In fact, the last 5 matches dating back to 2010 that Guyana played the CCC team won 3 of those matches. Goodrich bowls, and that smacked away. Lovely shot by the batter there. That's Kevin Sinclair, and he goes up now to 7 with that boundary. He's looked very, very good in this tournament, Sinclair. Looked a class above the rest with his batting. Lower order, lower middle order, you can say. Picked more for his off-spin bowling. He's not been used as much as in the past in this season for Guyana. Got a potent spin bowling attack. The left arm spin pair of Moti and Pomal. And they've got 2 quality fast bowlers outside the line of the off stump, and Sinclair plays no shot. So Sinclair has not had much opportunity because of the excellent work of Smith and Turn in the last couple of games. When Smith came back, fully recovered from a hamstring injury in the 3rd round, and Turn returned from the World Cup. Lovely shot again, but straight to the field at cover, and there is no run. So nice cool breeze blowing across the ground. Yesterday was ferocious wind. All the chairs in the commentary tent were flying everywhere. The trees, the leaves on the trees, even the trees were rocking. And yesterday was almost a mini storm here in Trinidad. There were a couple of bushfires also due to the dryness of the conditions presently. That's all over the Caribbean. Loose shot there from Sinclair. And would admonish himself after playing that shot. He missed it. Was taken by Richards, who's having a very good match so far with the gloves and in front of the stumps. At the end of the over, it's 126 for 3. 32 overs gone. We keep monitoring the scores in the other matches, especially the Leewards Windwards game and the Barbados West Indies Cricket Academy. Those are the matches that can present a title for Windwards or Leewards or Barbados. 4 teams in with a chance, including Guyana, the defending champions. Said Leon Johnson, the most successful first-class captain in the Caribbean. Won 5 consecutive titles, and then Barbados won the other 2, and last year Guyana winning the title under Leon Johnson. So as I said, this is the first time since Leon Johnson has been captain that Guyana has been on the field without him as captain. Mahabir Singh bowls, and that's a ball that turns a little bit on the line of the leg stump. Played out towards the forward short leg. So a forward short leg, a slip and a leg gully. And Sinclair sweeps down towards the man at the backward square boundary. Sinclair has been a revelation in terms of his batting this season. 3rd highest score. The Trinidadian Django 212. The only double century so far. And Craig Braffett, the West Indies and Barbados captain, scored 189. And Sinclair 3rd on that list with 165 not out. Got 6 wickets in the same game. Nice steady over completed there by Avinash. And at the end of it, Guyana 128 for 3. They began the day at 114 for 1. The only casualty was Brandon Chandrapal. Well, that's his nickname. Tejanarayan Chandrapal. He went for 12. Going forward, no movement of the feet across, and edged a catch off Goodridge, who bowled with some pace yesterday and was taken by Richards, the keeper. Took 31 balls to make those 12 runs, and today Guyana started the day confident that they could press on, but that was not to be. Mahabir Singh, who celebrated his 23rd birthday yesterday, had different thoughts. Struck twice, removed Perez and Anderson. Good shot again, loose bit of work, and it's gonna go down to the boundary for, no, it's pulled back just inside. Did enough to take the pace off the ball. Slight misfeel, but did enough to stop the ball from reaching the boundary. Then went back and retrieved, and batters coming back for 2. So Imlak, the Guyana captain, young Guyana team. This is the first time that Imlak is in charge of the Guyana first class squad. He's on 4. Kevin Sinclair, he's on 11. And Guyana looking for recovery here, looking for a partnership. Losing 2 quick wickets. Both to the off spin of Mahabir Singh. Goodrich, the other wicket taker. Doesn't play Imlak. So nice cool day. Yesterday we saw a Guyanese fan with his flag, the golden arrowhead, on the stand to our left. He's from Trinidad. Now today there's only one person there. Yesterday there were 2. So the Trinidadians supporting Guyana, because Trinidad is not playing. Good delivery there from Goodrich. Went past the outside edge. Little away movement. And Imlak pushed at it. Went by to be taken by Richards. So the Trinidadian fan with the Guyanese flag. I wonder where he got that Guyanese flag from. It must be some Guyanese friend or Guyanese associate. Oh, the guy was in Guyana 4 times a year. Friends with some of the team members of the Guyana team. Good morning to Luke Latif, who plays here in Trinidad, and his wife Saucy. Well, her correct name is Avian, but she got her name because of the soca singer. That's a good delivery. Came back looking to drive through mid-off. And the ball hit the inner half of the bat, went back towards the bowler. So good testing delivery there for Imlak. Imlak has had 2 centuries so far. He's led from the front. West Indies standby wicketkeeper to De Silva when they went to Australia. But he's not been keeping in this tournament because of an injured finger. Kemal Savory has done the gloves and it's doing a good job. Good wicket. The ball starting on the line of the off stump and moving away. And this is a good wicket so far. It's grey coloured, straw coloured. In fact, brown straw. And it's not been too bad to bat on, but every time the bowler bends his back, he gets something out of it. There's some turn for the spinners. So good cricket wicket here at UE Spec. This could be a test in half-hour period for Guyana. They don't want to lose any more wickets. Good delivery again forward. And Goodrich completes another testing over. So 1 for 30 so far. This is his 8th over. 2 for 9. Avinash Mahabir Singh in his first game for CCC. Actually a Trinidadian Mahabir Singh. And as my friend here Vishal says, he played with him at on the 13 level, has known him since then. Bowling with his sleeves buttoned down to his wrists. Shirt tail out of his pants. That's the modern way of cricket now. Ball that's pitched on the line of the Midland leg stump, just short, and tucked away by Sinclair. Good stop there at forward short leg. Comes from a long line of Trinidad and Tobago spinners, making his first class debut yesterday on his birthday. What a gift! What a birthday gift to make your first class debut on your birthday. Most illustrious of them. was Ranji Nanan. And then they had a whole lot of them coming after. Sunil Narain included in that bunch. But Sunil Narain has had some problems with his action and doesn't maybe want to take the risk to play in ICC cricket, because if he's called for illegal action, then he can't play any other level of cricket. And that will include his IPL career, would be all over. Doesn't want to take that risk. Mahabir Singh, who also bowls off spin, with a lot more cleaner action than Sunil Narain. In fact, great action for off spinner. And that's a good delivery again, pitched just on the line of the off stump, looking to turn back to hit the top of off, but this time the bat was in the way, and Sinclair plays it out confidently. Imlach and Sinclair looking to forge a partnership here for Guyana. Guyana wanted to score as quickly as possible, but with the two quick wickets, they've got to regroup and reassess the conditions and the pitch. They don't want to be bowled out. That's the last thing they would want. CCC hasn't won a game yet. They're in the cellar position. But so has been the second to last team, West Indies Academy. And they bowled out Barbados for 153. And Barbados is the only team that had 3 centurions in one game. McCaskey, Profit and Chase, all 3 scored hundreds. And Barbados scored 591, I think. It's good to see so many runs being scored at this level, though. The last time Guyana had 3 batters that scored hundreds in the same game was against Trinidad and Tobago at Enmore, when Chandrapal, Lambert and Hooper scored hundreds in that game. Ball on the line of the off stump as Blades replacing Goodrich. Sweltering heat here in St. Augustine. Some activity going on there in the rugby field. Not rugby at all. And this is a very fantastic sporting facilities here at the University of the West Indies in St. Augustine, on the line of the Midland leg stump. Imlach is back. So Blades has looked sharp. This is his 9th over. He's had none for 19 so far. Goodrich and Mahabir Singh, the wicket takers. Guyana began at 114 for 1 after 28 overs overnight and quickly lost. That's steered away. Deliberate shot. There's a big gap between the first slip and the gully, and down towards the unprotected third man boundary for 4. So first boundary from Tevin Englak, the Guyana captain. He's faced 22 balls. He's gone to 8. He's doubled the score. And 13 to Sinclair, who's looked very good from the start. Looked like he was batting all night in the nets. There's a indoor nets. In fact, 2 indoor nets that I know of. One at the Queen's Park Oval and one at the National Cricket Centre in Couva. Trinidad will host one of the semi-finals in the ICC World Cup down the leg side, and nicely taken there by Richards. Guyana will host the other, and of course the ICC World Cup final 2024 will be hosted at the Mecca, Kensington Oval in Barbados. One hopes that from a Guyana point of view that the West Indies play in that final, in the semi-final, but then Trinidad would want the West Indies to play there too. And there's no two West Indies, there's just one West Indies. And so we're hoping that the West Indies reach the final first of all and can play in either Trinidad or Guyana. That will be the biggest match at Providence. Maybe the second biggest would be New Zealand versus Afghanistan. A lot of tournament starts on the 1st and goes up to the 29th of June. And for the first time, matches will be played in the US of A. Long Island has already almost completed their 38,000 capacity stadium. So another over has been completed at the end of 36. Guyana 137 for the loss of 3. The big game in the US would be India versus Pakistan. A lot of India and Pakistanis, a lot of Asians have migrated to the US of A. It was a time when the West Indians made up the US of A team. Now that's all changed. It's been dominated by Asians, especially from India, or Indian descendants. Their fathers and mothers or grandfathers now settled in to the US. Mahabir Singh continues and turned into the onside by Sinclair. So quiet period. They've kept Guyana very, very quiet. Kept them in shackles. Good delivery. Especially Mahabir Singh. Godakesh Moti also began earlier than Mahabir Singh. He began as an 8-year-old. Played on the 13 was, and the thing with Moti, he was just the height of the stumps, and he sprung up very, very quickly. He's now a 6-footer, or 6'2". Looking to, that's a miss hit, but cleared the infield and down towards the boundary for 4. Looking for big shot, Sinclair, and didn't really time it as he would have liked. So this is excellent bowling from Mahabir Singh. The off spinner wouldn't mind that. You take the attack to him, you have to employ a few more risk, and that's beneficial for him. Patience is the key, especially for the bowler, also the batter. And he's forward, good running, nice soft hands, took the pace off of the ball deliberately, and the fielder rushing in from the extra cover position couldn't do anything to prevent the single. So good running, good rotation in the strike. Imlak back in strike, he's on 8. Sinclair on 18. Forward comes Imlak, and you know which team is on top by the chatter. And of course, this time the CCC fielders, you can hear them from the stump mic. chattering away. They are on top, but the best way to stop the chattering is to hit some boundaries, have them long chasing leather in the field. Still the sweltering heat here. We hope it lasts. So pace from the south. The off-spin of Mahabir Singh from the north. So space and spin in tandem here for CCC. They've added a second slip. So 2 slips now and the gully as Blades, the left arm pacer, bowls, and that's a lovely shot down the ground. Sinclair doesn't have to move, and it's into the boundary for 4. So Sinclair has been he's played some very authoritative shots in this innings so far and in the tournament. His batting has been a revelation in terms of his improvement in such a short time. Looks like a specialist batsman among the Guyana players. 22 he goes to. A ball, a run. A run, a ball, 22. Good delivery again. That's slightly squared up as it came off the outer half of the batter. Away movement there from Blades, the left arm fast bowler. And Sinclair gets a single. Takes him now to 23 and 8 to Imlak. He's playing the supporting role. He's faced more balls than Sinclair. But that's been one of the minor problems of the Guyana top order. Their batters, especially Nandu, Chandrapal, Anderson, Imlak, they don't score as quickly as is needed now in modern day cricket. You look at the English team with Boycott and those guys in those days, they packed defense. Run scoring was secondary. Not being out was the primary objective. Now all that's changed. England has gone, even in Test cricket, with batters who can hit the ball and score quickly. Most of the Test playing nations are like that now. Good delivery again, angling across. The left-hander bowling from over the wicket and angling the ball across the right-hander, the left-handed Blaze. .148 for 3. Guyana still need 52 more runs before they can start making runs for the CCC to score in their second innings. And you can't take for granted that the CCC team would bat as badly as they did. Should have been bowled out for way below 200. There's a 37 run partnership, last wicket partnership, that carried them to that 200 score. So Guyana would be a little bit disappointed in that aspect, but overall 200 runs on a track like this is not a bad thing for Guyana. Guyana would be very pleased with the total, but they would not be as pleased with the execution of how they got to that total. They were 9 for 3 at one stage, and then 43 runs partnership between Richards and Brooks took them to 53, and then they lost a couple of wickets again. And as soon as a partnership was building, they lost the crucial batter who was their set. So another over has been completed at the end of the over. 150 coming up, 151 for 3 now. So Perez stopped scoring so far with 62. But he got a good delivery and was dismissed to give Mahabir Singh his maiden first class wicket. and then he capitalized and got a second. He's in fact gotten the only 2 wickets to fall today. Guyana overnight 114 for 1. Chandra Paul was caught behind off of Goodrich for 12. And then he got Perez. And then shortly after, Richards came into play and took the catch behind the stumps to dismiss Anderson. Good delivery, arm ball from Mahabir Singh, who is presently in bowling from the northern end. Turned away into the onside by Imlak as he just strayed a little bit on the leg stump. Needs to bowl it a little straighter, just outside the off stump. So leg slip, forward short leg, and a solitary slip in place. The men around the bat. This is a lovely shot there from Sinclair. It wouldn't have the legs to reach the boundary. The fielder will pull it back just inside. Good save in the end. And, well, not so good because he inadvertently kicked it onto the stump, onto the ropes. So after a good effort, spoiling the effort with some loose work. That's not all his fault though. I think he slid. So 4 runs to Sinclair, another boundary. He's scoring, I think this is his 4th boundary, 29 from 25 balls. Imlak playing a good supporting role. He's on 12 from 29 balls also. Harp Eagles now, they need 43 runs to go past the 200 made by CCC in their first innings. This is swept away and down towards the back square boundary. Blades in the way, and there is just a single. So another single to Sinclair. He goes into the 30s now. 12 to Imlak. Nice shot, nice on drive down towards the man at long on. So 39 overs completed, 159 for the loss of 3. Mahabir Singh picking up a wicket on his debut and then following it with another. Picked up both of the wickets to fall today. Kelly Kunja, the young physio for the CCC team, so had a lot of work to do. Running all the way onto the field. She's getting a lot of exercise today. Of course, the Guyana physio, Miss Holder, the daughter of the former badminton player, Billy Holder. He's gone back into the Masters. Saw him at the gymnasium the other day in a badminton tournament hosted by the Guyana Badminton Association. A lot of veterans have come back. Granderson, Robinson, and these guys. Ashley Khalid, the Caribbean squash champion, female squash champion, and national squash champion. She's gone back to badminton after 15 years of self-imposed exile. She was once the under 15, under 17, and under 19 champions of Guyana in both squash and badminton. Ashley Khalid. Here is Blake's, the left arm seamer bowls outside the line of the off stump. No shot play there by Imlak. He's kept on 13-30. His partner Sinclair. Despite the high scores in regional first-class cricket, there have been many double centuries. But since the sponsored cricket began in 1966, Shivnarayan Chandrapal is the only batter to have scored a triple hundred. Scored that in 1996 against Jamaica. 303 not out. That's been the only triple century recorded since then, or before then, in the Shell Shield tournament from 1966 that began. In 2014-2015 season, the franchise tournament was launched, where players from different countries in the Caribbean can play for any team they want, or they're selected to play for. Good short delivery. Imlak back, and let's talk yeah. So no ball. Yes, a no ball from Blades. Talking about double centuries, Tejnarayan Chandrapal only Test 100 was a double against Zimbabwe. Yes, they're moving the side screen now because of the angle. The bowler, when he comes around the wicket, the side screen has to go to his left, or when he goes over the wicket, the side screen will go to his right. He's a left-hander, so now he's bowling round the wicket. So the side screen is in a perfect position now. Imlak walks away, concentrates, goes to square leg. Still the two slips on a gully. There's a wide third man, almost like a backward point on the boundary. There's a deep cover inside where the 30-yard circle would be in the one-day game. And there's an extra cover and a mid-off. That's the offside field for Blades, who bungs in and bowls again outside the line of the off stump. So another over is completed as Imlak is kept on 13, and the total 159 for 3. 40 overs been completed. 200 all out, the CCC in their first innings. Richards stopped scoring with 43. Shared in a good partnership there with Shamar Brooks. Shamar Brooks has been a disappointment the way he started. Such talent, and he's also managed to get 100 in Test cricket and one in one-day internationals, and he's just seemed to go on off the boil. 35 years old now, Shamar Brooks, one of the classical batsmen that the West Indies would have produced. Captained the West Indies team in that 2008 World Cup when Kohli also played. And look how far Kohli has gone now compared to those West Indian players who played in that same World Cup. Ball punched away, finds the gap between backward point and cover, gets a single. So Sinclair goes now to 31. And his batting is not only improved technically, it's also improved mentally. Because he's now understanding how to find the gaps, how to play with soft hands, how to hit the bad balls, shot selection. This is turned into the onside. A good quick single, a good excellent run in again from the Guyanese pair. And Imlak turning that one in the onside. He goes now to 14, gives the strike back to Sinclair. He's 31. Mahabir Singh bowling to two different batsmen. He would love to bowl successive balls at one batsman, but the rotation, the strike means that he's got to bowl different lengths. If it was a left hand, right hand combination, he would have to change his lengths and lines. Good delivery again. Nice floated delivery outside the line of the off. So I'm bowling like a old time off spinner on that occasion. The young off spin is now bowled with flat trajectory, good pace. Most times don't spin the ball enough. They're more defense minded, afraid of being hit for a couple of sixes. But this is a 4-day game. This is a first class game. You could afford to set up a batsman, hit you for a 6 or 2, and then get caught looking for the shot again, miss hit it, bowl the ball, just hold it back a little bit. Good spell though so far from Mahabir Singh, the 23-year-old. At the over comes to an end. It's 162 for 3, and it's 41 overs gone. But the overs now have been going by very quickly indeed. And the Guyanese would know that the cut-off point of getting batting points would be 110 overs. So if they want to get as much points or maximum points, they've got to reach 350 at least by 110 overs. So the three fast bowlers in the combined colleges and campuses have been rotated from the southern end, while Mahabir Singh, since he's been introduced from the start of the day, has controlled the things at the northern end of the ground. So wants to keep the fast bowlers fresh. The CCC captain. Short spells. Say Goodridge may be the quickest of the three. Of course, Turn may be the quickest in the tournament. And Niall Smith not far behind him in pace. Guyana have also got available when the IPL is finished, Shepherd and Shamar Joseph, who is certainly bowling at 150 kilometers per hour consistently. Hoyt's first delivery is pitched up and played into the offside by Sinclair. So he gives back the strike to Imlak. Very impressed with the Leeward Islands opener, Mikel Louis. He's got 300s already, the most in the tournament, and also a few 50s. Oh my dear, that's a good delivery. Looking to play and then at the last minute pulling the bat inside the line. I want to be tempted to think that he was beaten. Let's look at the replay and see if he was beaten, because that looked like if he pulled the bat inside the line after the ball had gone by. Yes, he was beaten. Pulled the bat inside the line, but the ball had already on its way to the keeper's gloves. Richards behind the stumps has had a good match so far. Takes it again, this time more in control. Imlak, he is not a player that would want to play some pugnacious shots. He will take his time, hit the bad balls. Nice fluent driver of the ball. Sinclair, the more aggressive of the two. So it's Sinclair there, and the lower order to come, who are more aggressive than the top order. Guyana can still get that score. Lovely shot. That's the type of cricket that Imlach plays. Glorious cover drive. Easy on the eye. Lovely shot. All time in and placement. And down to the boundary for 4. Almost like a Carl Hooper or a Lawrence Rowe. Nice stylish batter. Elegance. He's gone now to 18 with that boundary. Guyana 167 for 3. Tevin Inglack plays for DCC in local club cricket in Georgetown, Guyana. And Sinclair wants a single, but it's not there. That would have been suicidal. And Imlach, like a traffic policeman on a busy Regent Street, says, no, you can't come, stop. And Sinclair put the brakes on, went into reverse gear, and all is well that ends well. Umpire Reefer. The only reefer in cricketing terms that have not played first class cricket. I think he played a couple of club matches. One of the younger umpires in the Caribbean, Leslie Reefer, comes from a long list of reefers who had played first class cricket. I think it's 4 cousins, including Ramon Reefer and the manager and the coach of the CCC team, Raymond Reefer. So the over has been completed. The water cart has come onto the field. 167 for 3. We'll take a break and then come back after the water cart goes back inside. Yeah, well, welcome back to sunlit University of the West Indies ground here in St. Augustine, Trinidad. We greet you if you just joined us with the news that Guyana resuming on 114 for 1, progressed to 167 for 3 after losing 2 very quick wickets, both to the off spinner on debut, Avinash Mahabir Singh. He dismissed Perez, who was bowled, and then the Barbician Kevlin Anderson was caught behind. Both wickets, as I said, falling to Mahabir Singh today, and the first wicket fell yesterday to Goodrich, who had Chandrapal caught behind. No movement of the feet, just looking to push at the ball. The edge found and the catch was taken, and that's a lovely shot again. So Sinclair continues to motor on as if he's batting on a different pitch in different conditions to different bowlers than Imlak. But Imlak is also playing his role, and that's the beauty of partnerships. Really, you see both batters in defensive mood or both batters in attacking mood, unless you're looking at the West Indies when Brathwaite and Chandrapal is opening. Both batters take a long time to score, very cautiously. Solid partnerships. Slowly but surely, they would say. But here in Trinidad, sun continues to shine, and this is a dangerous shot, getting some turn there. Mahabir Singh looking to go back and punch the ball, and the ball spun into him. Had to make the adjustment. Mahabir Singh to Sinclair. Sinclair's forward in defense. Bat and pad close together, elbows cocked, head over the ball. Correct copybook technique. Good bowling so far. This has been very impressive spell from Mahabir Singh. And again a loose shot and he's gone, caught behind. Oh my dear, that was a self-destructive shot. Went onto the back foot. The ball, previously the ball turned back. He knew the ball was turning and then went back again, too close to cut. The edge was found and the catch was taken. So Richards continued to have a great game behind the stump. That's his third catch. And the free-flowing Sinclair, just short of what would have been his 11th, his 12th first-class half-century, in addition to his 100, goes back and almost gives his wicket away, playing a very dangerous shot, and he was caught behind. Just a little bit quicker, the delivery, and he was caught behind. So Mahabir Singh seems to be now the man of destruction. Can he get a 5-wicket haul in his first test match, in his first class match? How much he make? Something. So the left-hander Savory has come out to replace Kevin Sinclair. Savory has done the bulk of the keeping for Guyana this season. Goes round the wicket now, Mahabir Singh, and that's a lovely delivery. Going past the outside edge, bunks and turn, And he will relish bowling to left-handers because there's no second defense when you come down the track. The ball turns away. If you were a right-hander, to turn in and hit your pads. So excellent spell here from Mahabir Singh. Another successful over he's completed. Imlak still there on 18. Savory yet to score. Beaten by one that bounced and turned in his first ball. 171 for 4. Guyana still need 29 runs to go past the 200 made by the CCC team. So good bowling performance here in the first session by the CCC, led by the Pacers from the southern end, and especially the off spinner on debut. Mahabir Singh picked up all 3 wickets to fall so far today. And in case you've just joined us, overnight on 114 for 1, Chandrapal 12 was dismissed by Goodrich, caught behind yesterday. And since then they've lost Raymond Perez for 62, Kelvin Anderson, and Kevin Sinclair was just looking to become ominous the way he was stroking the ball. But the couple of balls before he was dismissed, the ball turned back and he was cramped and playing the ball too close to his stumps. Our ball was a quicker ball and didn't have the room to cut and was caught behind. All 3 wickets going to Mahabir Singh. Hoyt from the southern end bowls a ball that's on the line of the off stump, left alone by Imlak. So Guyana might soon have to abort the idea of looking for quick runs as quick as possible and try to settle in and make a big score. Even if they don't get the maximum points, get a 400 plus total. Both Trinidad and Barbados have gotten 500 plus totals this season. That one kept low. Good thing for Imlak, it was outside of the leg stump. Not so good for the keeper, Richards, who did well to stop it. Long barrier style as it scuttled through down the leg side. Guyana's highest first class score is 641. That was way back in 1967 at Boda against Barbados. When Kanai, Butcher and Fredericks got hundreds in that match. In fact, that was the first time a batsman had made 200s in a first class match in 2 different innings in the same match. Roy Fredericks made 100 in the first innings and then 100 in the second innings. And Barbados replied with a big score. Peter Lashley got a double. Sir Garfield Sobers got 165. In those days, that was normal. Batters batting long, making big scores. It's good to see that in this first class season, for the first time in a long time, we've seen so many big scores. The batters batting long. We've seen some quality fast bowling also. We've seen a lot of young players. Guyana playing a young side. Pamal at 34, the oldest person in the Guyana side. Still doing his work. Picked up 3 wickets in the first innings. 638 first class wickets now, Pamal. The over is completed. 44 overs gone. Guyana 171 for 4. 18 to Imlak. Kemal Savory yet to score. These two are going to have to do a repair job. Operation Rebuild. Of course, if Mahabir Singh gets a 5-wicket haul on his debut. That will equate to 100. Check if a batsman makes 100 on his debut. Mahabir Singh bowls to Imlak. Imlak punches it square, playing it with the turn, and then waited before he ran because the fielder had blocked it, and then when the misfield occurred, they carry through for a single. So they go to each other, have a mid-wicket conference, saying don't run on a misfield. Well, that was an easy single. So a rotation in the strike. Left hand, right hand combination. So that'd be more problematic for Mahabir Singh. A young man, 23 years old yesterday. Had a great birthday gift, his first class match. And he comes in and bowls to the right-hander. So 18 from 50 balls now is Imlak. 1 from 2 to Savory. 172 for 4 Guyana. Mahabir 3 for 31. He's in his 10th over bowls, and that's well played back towards the bowler. Good stop too. So we look at the batsmen who made hundreds on their debut for Guyana. That's down the leg side, badly lined. A rare out of zone, out of target delivery from Mahabir Singh. And that's off the pad and down towards the fine leg position for a leg bye. Umpire Carl Tuckett goes up like a ballet dancer to signal the leg bye. Carl Tuckett played a few one-day internationals to the West Indies, comes from the island of Nevis. Should have played more than he did for the West Indies in one-day cricket. Mahabir Singh changes his line, bowls round the wicket now. And I always encourage young off spinners to go over the wicket as the initial tactic bowling to left-handers, because the ball slants across the left-hander, gives the illusion that it's turning a bit more, and also there's a blind spot when you land the ball just above the leg stump to the left-hander. So another over has been completed by the young promising off-spinner Mahabir Singh, and as the end of the over, it's 173 for 4 Guyana batting in their first innings, chasing CCC's 200 runs. So Trinidad and Tobago flag. Oh yes, there's by the cameraman. And the Guyana flag is not there today. It was there yesterday. Yes, so a Guyana flag. The post was blocking me, so I didn't see him. Yeah, so he's backing both Trinidad and Guyana. Why isn't he backing CCC on their home ground? So he walks with his camera, he walks with his flags. Very good fun. Yeah, nice. The golden arrowhead of Guyana and the Trinidad and Tobago flag. The red, white and black. The fund, I believe, is from Sawa in Trinidad and Tobago. Well, technically Trinidad, because you've got to go by ferry. They have a nice ferry going over to Tobago. You can reach there with a plane also. Yes, Sawa is in Trinidad, but I said it was Trinidad and Tobago, but technically in Trinidad. Yeah. I was talking about reaching Tobago. There are 2 ways you could reach there: on a plane and by a ferry. Good shot there from Nimlak as Hoyt continues. as a plane comes into the Piarco International Airport. But that plane is not from Tobago for sure. The size of the plane looks like it's coming from North America or Europe. Hoyt moves in, bowls, and that's almost missing the ball. Might have gotten an inside edge onto that. Let's see. Yes, inside edge, because no signal from the umpire. So he gets a single, total going up to 174. Well, in 1956, that's before the regional tournament began, and before Guyana became an independent nation, Joe Solomon scored a 100 on debut against Barbados, and then he scored another 100 in his second first class match against Jamaica. So this Danny Ram also repeated the feat, scoring back-to-back first class entries in his first and second matches when he made his two first class hundreds in 1987 against Barbados and the Leeward Islands. Both I think were made at Boda. And then the late great Malcolm Marshall reminded him that next year we're going to play at the Kensington Oval. Stephen Camash also scored 100 on debut against Barbados in 1966, and of course Sir Carl Hooper scored his first 100 in Barbados at the Kensington Oval in 1985 when he was just 18 years old, just out of a fantastic under-19 tournament which he single-handedly won for Guyana, 444 runs and I think 38 wickets. And as I said, the only regional first-class triple century was recorded by Shivnarayan Chandrapal, 303 not out in 1996 against Jamaica. Good shot there from the left-handed Savory down to the boundary for 4. So another boundary for Savory. In fact, his first boundary has gone out to 5, and the total goes up to 178. So it's pitched up and looking to drive, hit it square into the onside. Might have gone a lot finer than he intended initially, but there's no one protecting the third man boundary as the over comes to an end. 178 for 4. Current run rate 3.87. Well, that might be a factor a little later in the day. So 3 for 31. It's completed 10 overs. This has been a very good outing for the young Mahabir Singh. First class match, good performance. Tim Imlak on 19, the right-hander, and Savory, the left-hander. So the side screen will be moved again, and every time the left-hand and right-hand batsman get a single or 3, the side screen will have to be removed unless Mahabir Singh bowls from one side of the pitch, which I think he should do, bowling over the wicket to both left-handers and right-handers, and use round the wicket as a plan B. Mahabir over the wicket, bowls a ball that turns and almost caught there by the keeper. I really think that the forward short leg, who's in front, should have gone for the catch. Let's look at the replay. Oh. So dangerous shot there. The oohs and the ahs went up. And this is a ball that pushes Imlach on the back foot. He should have gone on to the front foot on that occasion. Mahabir Singh is getting the ball to skid on, in addition to getting plenty of turn and bunks. Mahabir Singh, nice flighted delivery, but too much outside the line of the off stump, allowing the batsman to play it square. And a touch too full. Well, that's the general idea. You want the batsman to be driving. All you have to do now is pull back the length a little bit, bowl it a little slower, hang it a little more, and the batsman will probably drive too early, hit it in the air, hit it to cover. If it spins, cotton bowl. If it doesn't, go past the edge. Lots of ways the off spinner can dismiss a batsman. This time is quicker and flatter, and Imlach is back on defense. So he is on 19, Imlach, 5 to Savory. Guyana have lost 3 wickets this morning, all 3 going to this man who is bowling in your picture, Mahabir Singh. Another successful over. He's bowled 11 overs now. He's taken 3 wickets, and the total going up now to 178 for 4. 47 overs completed. So this is going to be a real crucial partnership between these two. The Guyana captain will need to lead from the front. Savory, who's got 100 in this tournament and has kept very well, got 100 in the last match in Jamaica. So there's some problem, minor issue. It's been settled. The CCC playing very well this morning. Sun still out in all its glory, and I keep saying that because there's a forecast for rain this weekend, which means Saturday will be part of the weekend, and Saturday is the final day of this match. And Guyana needs to win this game outright, first of all, to have a chance of winning the tournament. But even if they win outright, they've got to have decisions going their favor from the other matches. Most likely they would want the Academy to beat Barbados and the Leewards Windwards game to end in a draw. At the beginning of play today, the Leewards made 400 with Mikel Louis getting another 100, his third, and the Windwards were 6 for 1 with Solozano, the Trinidadian, the batter out. To the brother of Mikel Louis, Jeremiah Louis, he went for 4. And Barbados being bowled out for 153 by the West Indies Academy, who are replying. At the start of the day, they had 119 for 4 with Aki and Augustine, also a Trinidadian. He had 67 not out. So Trinidadians featuring in all the matches. It's a franchise tournament. Maybe only the Guyana side has got all Guyanese players. Ashmi Ned, also a Guyanese, the son of the assistant coach. Gavin Ned, playing for the academy team, didn't pick up any wicket in the first innings when Barbados were bowled out for 153. But Guyana would hope that the academy team can at least draw with Barbados, or better yet beat them, and they're well on course to achieving a positive result. Barbados, the number 2 team, being bowled out for 153 yesterday. They're second on the points table. And of course, all 4 teams, Leeward Islands, Windward Islands, Barbados and Guyana, in with a chance of winning this year's tournament. Of course, Guyana, the defending champions, they won last year. But this is the first time they're playing without the leadership of Leon Johnson since the franchise tournament started way back in 2014, 2015. So both flags fluttering away on the breeze, the Guyana golden arrowhead and the Trinidad and Tobago flag. Good delivery again, comes back in towards Savory. Plays no shot, shoulders, arms. He's kept on 5, 21 to the skipper Imlak at the non-striker's end. Both Savory and Imlak play for DCC in local first division cricket, Georgetown. Two slips and a gully, and that's played away into the offside as another over from Hoyt is completed. He's still wicketless. 10 overs he's bowled. He's taken none for 38. Guyana 180 for 4. Our run rate now has dipped under 4. It's 3.75. It started when Sinclair was batting. It was over 4. But the lead-in run scorer for Guyana was deceived by a quicker ball from Mahabir Singh and was caught behind. Only one half century so far in this game, and that was off the bat of the young 24-year-old Raymond Perez, who in fact left the 2018 World Cup because of an ankle injury. I mistakenly said that his mother had died. It was in fact Joey's mother, Louis, who had died, and both were playing in the Under-19 World Cup, and he had an ankle injury and had to come home. Raymond Perez batted very well today before being bowled with a beautiful ball for 62. So far in this game, he's the only person to score a half century. Mahabir Singh, number 5 on his back, in a discussion with his captain as he continues bowling from round the wicket to the left hand. And the ground staff has a lot of work to do. If they rotate, they strike every single ball. It's every single ball they'll have to push the side screen to the left or right. That's a beautiful catch. Caught at second slip. Ball that bounced and turned. Excellent bowling from Mahabir Singh. He's one away from his maiden 5-wicket haul in his first class debut. And what a ball that was. Bounced and turned to the left-hander. Perfect ball to the left-hander. And he edged it. Kemal Savory, and he's gone for 5. Guyana now slumped to 181 for the loss of 5. $181 for 5. Guyana have lost half of their batting, and in comes Akshaya Prasad, another left-hander. So Mahabir Singh will relish his chances The ball spinning away from the left-hander. Actually, this young man, Akshay Prasad, was supposed to be picked in this team, the CCC, and he was also selected for the Guyana trials, and in the end made none of the teams. Has come in as a replacement, a late replacement. When the team was picked to Jamaica, he was included. Didn't play the previous matches. Bats high up in the order, but has now come below Sinclair Savory, the nephew of the former Guyana batsman Rabindranath Seeram. I think the Trinidadians would know of him. Played a lot of cricket here, Rabindranath Seeram. Couple of brothers to play a beautiful ball. Again, spin to the left-hander and playing it. Once the ball starts to turn, most Caribbean batsmen seem at sea. They don't use their feet, they don't negotiate the spin. Once a bowler can spin the ball, and I'm very impressed that young Mahabir Singh is spinning the ball. Of course, this is a spin-friendly track. You won't find these kind of pitches when you go overseas in most countries, maybe except India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and even those pitches now are playing very quickly, very quicker. This is turned into the onside, so the first run, he will come back for 2. So he's off the mark with a double. Ashkar Prasad, left-hander from West Demerara, but he plays in the city also for Everest. Everest has some of the better players in Guyana as the over comes to an end, 183 for 5. With Sinclair making 37, Anderson 27, and of course the only half centurion, Perez. So I look at to my right. I notice now the food is coming. So that means lunch is approaching. So that's not Hoyt. Or is it Hoyt? Yes, that's Hoyt from the southern end. Continues. This is his 11th over, but it's broken up into, I think, 3 different spells. The first one was yesterday. So Windward Islands all out for 200, with Richard stop scoring with 43. Pomal and Smith had 3 wickets each. Turn and Moti picked up 2 each. Good work there by Hoyt. Good pick up on his follow through and shied the ball onto the stumps, hit them too. Good work there from the fast bowler, showing good alertness and agility. So very agile and alert, the young fast bowler there on that occasion, Hoyt. Imlak had to quickly scoot out of the way. So Imlak on 22. Akshay Prasad in his first match for the season on 2. And this is outside the line of the off stump. No shot play there by Imlak. These 2 fully specialist batsmen. Savory, a batting wicketkeeper. And Sinclair, who started as a bowling all-rounder, has now become a batting all-rounder. And Anderson, specialist batsman, although he would say he's an all-rounder, picked up a 5-wicket haul in this tournament. And that's loose bit of work there from the field at deep extra cover, allowing the batters to get an easy single. So again, there is work now for the ground staff at the southern end. I have to move the side screen again, but they have the tractor which can push the side screen. These groundmen here have to do it by themselves. So, and that's going to take up some time. I hope the match referee is mindful that the overs which are not bowled does not penalize the fielding side too much, because almost every over, at least twice, those side screens have to be moved. Should have been a wider side screen which covers the bowler bowling from over the wicket and around the wicket. Good stop there. Turning back and returning the ball to the keeper. Nice shot off the legs. So Ashker Prasad is looking quite good. He's on 3 so far, faced 4 balls, and with him is Imlak, who's on 23, but he's faced 68 balls. And after 50 overs, so Guyana's batted 50 overs and they've only scored 185. CCC batted 55 overs and they scored 200 runs. And Guyana is the team that needs to put the feet on the accelerator if they want to win this tournament and defend their title successfully. Sometime or the other, maybe after lunch, they will try to get at least 150 more runs or 200 runs in the next 60 overs, because they need to get their batting points from a limited 110 overs. You can't go past that. You can go past that with your runs. You can make 1 million, but if you make 1 million after the 110 overs, you get no points. As I said, teams like Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados have scored 500 plus runs. Barbados scoring 591. Trinidad, I think, scoring 540 something. That's when Django had a double century and Jason Mohammed had his second 100. Yeah, a little, it's a little glaring, the glare. So the off spinner comes round the wicket, Mahabir Singh, and bowls to Prasad. Good delivery again. They've enforced the close catchers in the offside. Slipped now a gully in place. A silly point. Oh my dear, that bounced and torn and hit the keeper Richardson somewhere on his chest. You could hear the thud as the leather went into his skin. That was prodigious torn and bounce. Yes, that ball pitched and turned and hit him high on his shoulder. He heard the thud there. This is an excellent start to his first class career from Avinash Mahabir Singh. Loving the chance to bowl to the left-handers. Again brings the batter forward And he's bowling in the right areas consistently. He's not trying to do too many things. He's just putting the ball there. A little bit of flight, a little bit of turn, the odd quicker ball. There's a fantastic spell from the young man. And he's bowled him. Clean ball. That's the arm ball. Went right through the left-hander. Ashkar Prasad goes bowled by Singh for 3. Bowled by Mahabir Singh for 3. And the Guyanese slip now to 185 for 7 wickets. And their total disarray now. Singh has picked up his first 5 wicket haul in his very first innings at the first class level. That was a wonderful arm ball. Bowled the ball, turning past the bat, the previous delivery, thinking now that the ball would turn again. Prasad was on the back foot and the ball just skid through. Arm ball, quicker delivery, and bang into the off stump. So excellent bowling from this young off spin. I'm very impressed with him. Guyana now 105 for the loss of 6. Okay, 105 for 6. I mistakenly got a man out by myself. I said 7. The Guyana coach, manager, the captain would be very angry with me for giving them losing an extra wicket. But it's 185 for the loss of 6 wickets. We're in the 51st over. But the captain is still there. He's on 23. And they need to get bonus points to have a chance of winning this tournament. In fact, they in the match points, they're on 51 points, and all the other teams that are in with a chance have 40-something points. It's the bonus points that carries them up to that big target. So Guyana has not gotten as much bonus points, especially fast bowling points. And the top order, as I said, Chandrapal, Nandu, Imlak, Kelvin Anderson, they've batted well apart from Nandu, who was injured, and got some hard decisions in Antigua, especially when he was run out by the length of the pitch. No response from Chandrapal, who was at the non-strikers end, and then he missed the ball by miles and was given out. Got starts, but then he got injured and was replaced by Perez. Perez played in Jamaica, didn't do well, didn't capitalize on his opportunity. Got a 50 here, but should have carried on to 100. Got 62. And it's Pomal, who had an unbeaten 90. Would love to have had 100. Ran out of partners in that situation there in Antigua. But shows that he could bat. Moti's gotten a first class 100. He got 58 in the last match. And the low order scores with more frequency and positivity than sometimes the top order. And that is why Guyana has not been able to get as much batting points as they would have liked. And the spinners, although there was good bowling by Thorne and Smith, the spinners have taken wickets as opposed to some of the other teams, especially Barbados, who have a 4-prong pace attack, especially with the return of Holder and Roach. Well, Holder's now gone to play county cricket to prepare for England. Good single, good fast communication. Pamal responded immediately to Imlak, and they went through for what in the end was an easy single, even if the backward point fielder had hit the woodwork, which he didn't. Good back up in the onside also. So Pamal yet to face a ball 24 to Imlak. Guyana trail by 14 runs. 186 for the loss of 6 wickets. And down the leg side, nice take, one-handed, going down the leg side, and that one just landed before him. A difficult area when the ball just lands just before the keeper. If it goes full or on the half volley, it's easier to take. But that was good wicket keeping there. He's had such a good game. Unfortunately for him, couldn't get the 7 runs more to get a half century. But he's had a good game in front and behind the wicket. Hoyt. Good delivery, and forward comes Pomal. And that's the end of the over. So as we head up to lunch on the first day, Guyana overnight on 114 for 1 in reply to the 200 made by the CCC side. They've lost quick wickets, 186 for 6. All 5 wickets taken by Avinash Mahabir Singh on his debut. That's his birthday yesterday. When he got the call that he was in the final 11 to make his first class debut. What a wonderful birthday gift. He'll forever remember his 23rd birthday. More so because of his performance in this match. He would have remembered it anyhow because he got his first class debut on his birthday. But to get a 5-wicket haul on your first class debut, wonderful, fantastic birthday, belated birthday gift for the young man. Comes out of the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Good delivery again, getting some bounce out of this track too. But the left-hander seemed all at sea to the ball spinning away. And that delivery that got Passad was excellent thinking by, oh my dear, about a reverse sweep. And that's going to go very close to the boundary. In fact, it goes into the boundary for 4. So a very ambitious shot just minutes before lunch by Imlak. Looking to reverse sweep and connecting it off the middle of the bat. 20, 30 years ago, you would never see a shot like that in a first class match. But the advent of 2020, the improvisation of shots that are not in the coaching manual. 2020 has given the batters more freedom to take risks, get edges for 4, reverse sweeps, scoop sweeps, paddle sweeps. I saw in the last IPL match a batter hit the ball over the head of the keeper. Just went up and tapped the ball away, steered it over the head of the keeper for 6. Nice use for his feet, Pomal. And Pomal has looked good in this tournament with bat and especially with ball. He's continued to dominate with the ball, Pomal. Mahabir Singh bowls to Imlak. Imlak drives to full and gets a single to finish the over. He's on to 30 now, and with him is Pomal, who's on 1. Guyana 193 for the loss of 6. This has been a good spell from Mahabir Singh. He's bowled from the start to finish. I've commentated from the start to finish too. Didn't realize that. So we're both having marathon spells. Him with the ball, me with the mic. Hoyt, who is not bowled the entire session, it's been interchanged between three fast bowlers from that end. Goodridge and the left-handed Blade have bowled along with him. So lots of advertisement things on the road. Trinidad is the capital of the commercial aspect of the Caribbean. Everywhere you go on the highway, you see billboards, advertisement signs. There are lots of advertisement signs, even on the main road, going just outside the UWI campus here in St. Augustine. And when you go on the highway going to South Trinidad, you see a lot of those billboards. Here is Hoyt. And that's hit deliberately over cover and down to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot there from Imlak, showing the confidence that he possesses. And just before lunch, he's got the confidence and the ability to play that shot up and under. A lot of right hand into that shot, and it went into the cover boundary for 4 over the head of the cover fielder, and no chance of a catch. So he goes to 34. Started pretty cautiously, but now he's in full flow. Pamal with him on 1. Guyana 197 for 6. The run rate now is 3.68. At the start, when especially Sinclair was batting, it was above 4. Hoyt in bowls has a famous name of a former Guyana president, Desmond Hoyt, but he's not Desmond Hoyt, he's just Hoyt. Jarion Hoyt. Nice ball, back of a length. Well played though by Imlak, getting up on his toes and steering it down towards the point position. Doesn't get a run. We'll see if we can give you the updated scores before lunch in the other matches. Good delivery again, and no ball, spoiling the good delivery. So the total going up by 1. Mahabir Singh standing out, 5 for 43, 57 dot balls, 14 overs. And the other wicket going to Goodridge. If that had hit, it might have been close, but Pamal safely home in the end. Pushed the ball into the offside and scampered for a single and got it 2 in the end. So at the end of the over, Pamal is 1. Imlak is on 35 and 199 for the loss of 6. So they're 1 away from their 100. And 15 away from 1 away from the total. Yeah, 2 to make CCC bat again, and 1 to get their 200. We'll want to add a lot more to that 1. Gotta make at least 450 runs here, because I very doubted that the CCC will catapulate as they did in the first innings with the likes of Shamar, Brooks, Richards, and those batters in the team. Likely that they'll get a little over 200. So if Guyana don't want to bat a second time, especially on Saturday when there's rain forecast, they've got to get like at least 450. And like, you never know, the CCC could be bundled out for 40. That's cricket, but I doubt if that would happen. Nice shot again, full on the off stump, and you get the impression that Mahabir Singh is beginning to get a little tired. Bowled an entire session, and this at the first class level, different from bowling at club level, where there's not so many good batsmen in one team, unless you play teams like Queen's Park Oval. I was telling you about Everest. Everest has got all the national players in their side now. Rutherford, Sinclair, Hetmeyer, Moti, all of them. Chandrapal, the 2 Chandrapals, because his father Shiv still plays sometimes when he's home. So they've got the majority of the national players. Nice shot again from Pamal. Pamal's batting has really improved over the length of his career. Started at the first class level in 2007, and here he is, not out in this game and not out on 2. With him is Tevin Imlak, who's on 36. Guyana 201 for 6, leading by 1 run. Until maybe the next 40 minutes or so, I'll be back to give you more coverage of this exciting game. Well, welcome back to still sunlit UWI ground in St. Augustine, Trinidad and Tobago, where we greet you the news if you've just joined us that the players are coming out back from tea. At the interval, Guyana starting the day on 114 for 1 with Chandrapal, the only batsman going. They are slipped to 201 for 6 by lunch. 55 overs have been bowled. Imlak is on 36 and Pamal he's on 2. So Chandrapal, as I said, was dismissed yesterday, and all 5 wickets that have fallen today have been taken by the debutant right arm off spinner Avinash Mahabir Singh. The 23-year-old has taken 5 wickets so far. Goodridge has taken the other one, and so that leaves Guyana on 201 for 6. CCC made 200 yesterday, so Guyana in fact hold a 1-run lead with just 4 wickets in hand. Raymond Perez scored his maiden half century, 62, before he was bowled by Mahabir Singh. Anderson made 27. Imlak, I said, is still there. Kevin Sinclair, who is looking very good, the leading run scorer for Guyana and the 3rd leading run scorer in the tournament overall. He was caught behind by Richards, the wicketkeeper for CCC. He made 37. He fell at 174 for 4, and then it was 181 for 5 when Savory, the left-hander, was caught at slip off the bowling of Mahabir Singh for 5, and then Ashkar Prasad was set up with a beauty one that bounced and turned. The left-hander beaten outside the off stump. The next delivery was one that came back, arm ball quicker and rattled his stumps. So those are the 6 wickets going down. 5 today, all taken by Mahabir Singh, and of course they won yesterday from Goodridge. Hoyt is going to pick up the bowling after the interval. Still the sweltering heat here in Trinidad. We must remind you that there is a forecast for rain on the weekend. Let's hope that the weather forecasters get it wrong, but I doubt it. So Guyana needs to push for victory, need to get maximum bonus points, and first of all they need to win the match and hope that the other results go in their favor. Let's tell you at lunchtime in the other matches. In Antigua, the Leeward Islands made 300 with Michael Louis getting his 3rd 100. Got 2 in 1 match against Guyana, 1st innings and 2nd innings, and he got 1 here today. So they made 300, and the Windward Islands, the leaders on the points table. That's the match of the round, and the Windward Islands responding very well, 85 for 2, in reply to the 300 made by the Leeward Islands. Also in Antigua, the West Indies Academy, they 135 for 4 in reply to the 153 all out made by Barbados Pride. Barbados sits 2nd on the points table. And Pamal is gone, so Guyana's lost their 7th wicket in the 1st over after lunch. So it's all going wrong, all against the script for Guyana. This team, the CCC, could stand a chance now of winning their 1st match for the season, but that's a long way ahead. But first of all, Guyana needs to win. If they don't win, then they can't defend their title successfully. So Pamal is gone for 2. Imlak is still there on 36, and Godikesh Moti is about to come out to bat. So 201 for 6 of 55 overs at lunch, and now it's all of a sudden gone to 201 for 7. So as I said, the Windwards, the only team never to win the tournament. They're number one. Last year they had a close shave, not being able to win the tournament. They could have won the tournament last year. The only time that Windwards would have won the tournament was when they shared it with the Leewards in 1981 under Sir Vivian Richards' captaincy, when they had their first title as Combined Islands in 1981. So that's the closest the Windwards has gone since the separation. They've never won the tournament. The Leewards have won. Barbados is the leading title holder. They're looking for their 25th title. Of course, Guyana hunting their 13th, which is looking more and more and more improbable as the wickets going down. Moti settles, one of 4 left-handers in the Guyana side, down the leg side. Good take again by Richards. He's had a good day. He's taken a little bit of knocks. He's strained his muscles and he's trained his back. He made 43 with the bat. Unfortunately, he couldn't get those 7 runs more to give him a 50. But he's kept very well. He's taken, I think, 4 catches. He's kept well to the spin. Took a knock on his shoulder from a ball that bounced and turned from Avidesh Mahabir Singh. Blades the left arm paces and is down the leg side. Look to see if he got a bat onto that. That would have been a spectacular leg side catch if he got a bat onto it, if he'd held it. And no, he didn't get a bat onto it. Just a pad. So a leg by signal by the umpire. Good effort though by Richards. Diving low to his right, to the left-hander. Left-hander to left-hander. And down the leg side, clipped off the pad. And magnificent effort there from Richards. So the sun streaming here in all its glory. Of course, today we're seeing more patches of blue in the sky than the first day. And this morning, had more cloud cover this morning. Floodlights not being used, but well kept. Here is Blades. And that's ball that's pitched up, hit hard into the offside, picked up but cover, and there's no run. So 202 for the loss of 7 wickets, again replying to the 200 all out made by the CCC team. CCC team losing all of their matches. They're in the cellar position, but who knows, like the West Indies Cricket Academy, who were in the penultimate position at the bottom. They've got Barbados on a tight leash, bowling them out for 153 and then going up to 140 now for the loss of 4 wickets. So they're likely to take a 4th innings lead, and how long they can bat and how much lead they can will work in Guyana's favor. But I said, of the first priority is for Guyana to win this match. If Guyana don't win this match, it's all over bar the shouting for them to get a 13th title and to regain their title they won last year. The man of the moment, the man who destroyed the Guyana middle order, starting from the commentary box end. This is his 16th over on a trot, bowled the entire lunch period, and this is short from Mahabir Singh and punched away out towards the cover position. The fielder giving a lame trot after that. I think he maybe ate too much of lunch and just sluggish after that, and they came back for 2. So he's got a chance to bowl to another left-hander. He's already dismissed Savory. He's dismissed Passad, and now he's got a 3rd left-hander to bowl to, bowling from round the wicket, and this is pitched up, driven out towards cover. Good tumbling save there, showing good intensity. Just after lunch, they feel that cover. There's no run. So umpires Carl Tuckett and Leslie Reefer officiating in the middle. Reefer from the island of Barbados, and of course Tuckett from the small island of Nevis. Tuckett, of course, playing Test cricket and one-day internationals for the West Indies, couple of one-day internationals. Reefer comes from a long line of cricketing cousins. He's the only one of 4 or 5 who hasn't played the game at first class level, but this you can see he's umpiring at the first class level. Ball that's back and forces the batsman onto the back foot, and in the end good shot play there by Moti as Mahabir Singh ends the second over after lunch, 204 for 7. So Blades, the left arm speedster, continues from the far end, and that is steered more than edged. Deliberate shot down towards the third man position for 4 by Imlak. This is the second shot he's played in similar fashion between the gully and the second slip, and down to the boundary for 4. Now there's a gully and one slip. So he found the bigger gap and steered it all along the ground for 4. No danger in the shot. So he's gone up now to 40. Imlak, he's gotten 200s already for the season. First game as Guyana captain. Young man. Of course, most of these players are young. Most of them inexperienced. That is edged past the wicketkeeper and the first slip and all along the ground down to the boundary for 4, but finding the gap with clinical precision. That was an educated edge past the gap and into the boundary for 4. So a fortuitous boundary followed a nicely timed steered shot, but boundaries nevertheless, 2 boundaries in a row. So Guyana move on to 212 as Imlak moves on to 44. So that wasn't a catch. It went low. It went all along the ground. But if the slip was closer to the wicketkeeper, or if the wicketkeeper dived to his right, then they could have maybe taken the half chance, made it into a chance. But there's a gap between the keeper and the first slip. And there's another big gap. It looks like now he's at 4th slip. Been removed from gully, he's at 4th slip now. So 1 slip, then a big gap, then a 4th slip, then a backward point. And this one is on the line of the leg stump. This could be another boundary, but no, the fielder will come into play, come around to his right at the backward square position to do the work, and returns it back to the keeper, and 2 more runs. So this is an expensive over so far from Blades, bowling with cream colored skins on his right hand. That's his bowling hand. He's a left-hander, bowls left arm medium pace. Goodridge is arguably the quickest of the CCC bowlers. He had the first wicket yesterday afternoon when he dismissed Chandra Paul, caught behind looking to push at the ball. No movement of the feet, Chandra Paul. He was dismissed in similar fashion in Australia over and over again. Needs to correct that flaw. Shiv Chandra Paul, 100 so far this season, but he's really under the microscope. Team shortly being picked after this tournament to go to England. Outside the line of the off stump, good movement. and no shot there played by Imlak. So with Imlak is Moti. Moti has gotten a first class 100 right here in Trinidad. So he will remember that. He also got a half century in the last match, I think is in Jamaica. He got 58. So you'll remember that also. But not much to come after him. Blades balls to Imlak. Imlak is covering up and pushes it into the offside, and there is no run. So another over is completed. 214 for 7. Just 14 runs ahead of the 200 all out made by the CCC team. So Avinash Mahabir Singh, who making his debut in this match, had a auspicious start to first class cricket, picked up all 5 wickets to fall today. Actually had a great birthday gift yesterday. Yesterday was his 23rd birthday. Got into the first class lineup for the first time. Hails from Trinidad and Tobago. And that's a good delivery. He's gone, caught. He's picked up all 3 left-handers now. He's got 6 wickets. And Gurikesh Moti is pushing at it. It bounced, it turned, it took the edge. And he was brilliantly caught at slip. He's gone for 2 Moti. 214 now for 8. Tremendous bowling from the off-spinner. Utilizing the bounce and turn on this track. And utilizing his ability to turn the ball to the left-handers. And when an off-spinner sees a left-hander, he's usually say, that's food and drink for me. So Mahabir Singh from the northern end bowls a loose shot there from Niall Smith, looking to play across the line. That ball kept a little bit low. That's a terrible shot to play first ball when your captain is on 4th at the other end. Needs to keep his head. He needs to focus, Niall Smith. Can bat. Had a good, useful contribution in the previous games with the bat. Picked for his fast bowling, and he's bowling really fast. Got 3 wickets in the first innings, but he needs to play smart with the bat now. Just needs to play straight and allow his captain, who's at the non-striker's end, to do the scoring. If a bad ball comes, a long hop or a full toss, well, he can put it away. But just don't take undue risk. That's a good shot on the back foot, and he kept it out. So his tail is up, Mahabir Singh, as the wind begins to pick up. Strong wind blowing again. Yesterday we had a mini storm. All the tents and the chairs and so were all over the place. And that's a loose shot, and that's an irresponsible shot there from Niall Smith. His captain is at the young strikers end, played across the line first ball, a wild swipe straight to mid wicket, and he's gone for a duck. So 7 wickets now to Mahabir Singh. This is the third bowler in this tournament to pick up 7. The 17-year-old from the West Indies Academy, Mototara, he got 7. And this is really bad cricket there from Niall Smith. No sense at all. Brainless cricket. Walks back to the mark, to his pavilion. I'm sure his team will not be anxious to see him back so soon. They would wanted him to stay with the captain. Big booming slog straight towards mid wicket and caught for a duck. So Mahabir Singh continues to mow down this Guyana batting, cutting through the batting like a sharp knife in butter on a hot day. 7 wickets he's got now. Goodridge's got the other one. In fact, he's picked up all the wickets to fall today. So Isaiah Thorne joins Savory, and let's see what would be Savory's approach. It can be a situation now where the CCC team is hunting their first win of this tournament. That's short and punched away. That's 4 runs. That's a great shot. Didn't try to hit it too hard, just timed it, and it raced away across this very fast and parched outfield. So he's gotten another 50 at this level. So that 4 bringing up his 50 with 7 fours, 97 balls, a strike rate of 51.55. Usually that's around his strike rate. Doesn't usually play pugnacious knocks, but that would be needed in this situation. It's now CCC thinking that they can win this match. Not a big lead, Guyana. And that's a lovely shot again, down towards the extra cover position. There's a sweep on the boundary, but Imlach wisely doesn't take the single. Doesn't trust Thorne as yet. Thorne is another big hitting fast bowler. But you don't need big hitting when your captain is at the other end on 40, now 50. 50 from 90 balls. This has been a tremendous year in terms of the bat for the new Guyana captain. 200 so far. Been very consistent. This is outside the line of the off stump, and there's no shot played there by Imlach. Imlach would love to join Leon Johnson as Guyana winning captain, but it's getting more and more remote as the wickets are falling. The academy team is doing Guyana a world of a favor by almost competing with Barbados, bowling them out for 153 and getting at lunchtime to 135 for 4. But Guyana needs to do themselves a favor. Another single takes Imlach on to 51. So he's left 2 balls for Isaiah Thorne to negotiate. Blades has picked up one of the 8 wickets today. 9 wickets have so far fallen. 1 for 43 from 13 overs and 4 balls. He's in his 14th over in hot sunshine here. Sweltering heat. Bowling from the southern end of the ground. Blades looking for a second wicket. In he comes. And that's outside the line of the leg stump. No, says Imlak. Gotta face one more ball. Gotta defend one more ball. Comes down to have a word with him. No cross-batted shots. No aggressive shots. Once it's on your stumps, block. Blades would have other thoughts on his mind. He'd want to bowl a beauty that leaves the right-hander and edged towards the keeper. Or a Yorker that bowls him down. Last delivery to survive. 219 for 9. Thorne yet to score. And Thorne survives. Plays a slightly cross-batted shot, but it was full. And he got away with it. So he survives the over, brings Imlak back into strike. Blades and Goodridge, 1 wicket each. 1 for 47, 1 for 30 respectively. But the man of the day, 7 for 47, is the off-spinner Mahabir Singh. So, young off-spinner. Possibly we'll see him next season playing for Trinidad and Tobago. And if he's playing for CCC, that means he's going to one of these colleges, maybe this college here, this university. So that means he's a sensible young man, intelligent academically. So Imlak, pat on his shoulder, surveys the field, sees a solitary slip, a forward short leg, a short mid wicket. Those are the close catches, and he's forward. As Mahabir Singh starts his 18th over, he's bowled 18 overs on the trot. 7 for 47. Can he get the best figures in this tournament? Can he get an 8-4? Number 5 on his back. Comes in and, oh my dear, a reverse sweep there from Imlak. He'll have to come back for 2 unless the ball goes for 4. And it goes for 4 runs. It's got an under edge onto it. Maybe looking to get as much runs as possible before he runs out of partners or he's dismissed. So that 4 wasn't such a great shot. There was a element of danger in that shot, but he got away with it. A reverse sweep. He gone to 55. Mahabir Singh wouldn't mind that. As a spinner, you love to see a batsman taking undue risks. Mahabir Singh. Flighted delivery, nice use of the feet, hit out towards long off. But again, refuses the single. So need to score boundaries and 2s. And get maybe a single off the penultimate ball or the last ball of the over. That's a good shot. No, it's a slug. And he's gone, throwing his wicket away. But you can't blame him to some extent. Because he had to do that with the last pair of the wicket. And Mahabir Singh has picked up the best bowling figure so far in this tournament. He's got 8 for 51. 8 for 51 from 17.4 overs on the trot. Tremendous start his first-class career. But maybe some of the wickets have been given to him too easy. The left-handers, he destroyed them with his bounce and turn, especially the one that got Ashkir Prasad. The ball bounced and turned, and Ashkir Prasad was beaten. And the next delivery was the arm ball, rattled his stumps. That was excellent setting up from the young off spinner. So that's the end of the innings. The CCC will need to get 23 runs to put runs on the board for Guyana to bat a second time. But this game will go now if everything goes according to how it's supposed to go into the fourth day. Because Guyana will have to bat a second time. The RPE, the combined colleges and campuses will need to bat, and even if they get dismissed for 150, Guyana will have to bat again, and I doubt if they can do that so quickly. Guyana would have needed a cushion, maybe 450, so that they could bowl out the CCC a second time cheaply and didn't have to bat again, and they could have won this match. But cricket is the way it goes. You have to compliment the CCC though. They've played a tremendous game today, with their bowling especially. Kudos to the young debutant Mahabir Singh. Good afternoon once again. Welcome back to the sunny UWI St. Augustus campus ground here in Trinidad. The umpires are already on the field. Guyana have been bowled out for 237, replying to the 200 all out made by the CCC team, which gives them a lead of 23. So the CCC batters will have to knock off that 23 and then put runs on the board for Guyana to bat. So they're batting in their second innings. Can they fare better than they did in their first innings? So conditions continue to be ideal for cricket, as all over the Caribbean the crowds have not really come out to support the matches. Maybe if Trinidad was playing here, then we would see a fair-sized crowd. No games in Guyana, no games at the Brian Lara Stadium, no games in St. Lucia, no games in Barbados, and that's because of the preparations for the ICC T20 World Cup, which starts on June 1 and concludes with the final at the Kensington Oval on June 29. The grounds used to host those matches are being resurfaced. So that's the reason why the matches are not being played in those countries, because the grounds are under construction. Some of the grounds, the pitches have been dug up, some of the stands are being repaired, and so on and so forth, so they're unavailable. That's the bottom line. And they're closed also for repairs. Here though, beautiful little ground. Was opened, I think, for the 2007 World Cup, where some of the matches, the practice matches, were played here. Colin Croft, I believe, was in charge of that event. The UWI teams and so on in those days. So Smith starts first delivery, and they get off the mark. So Elville and McCarthy opening the batting for CCC in their second innings. Nobody got to 50 in the first. Richards got 43. And for Guyana, only two batters got 50s. Savory and Imlak. Imlak continues to churn out the runs. And you can't fault him for the shot he played. Looked to hit a 6 and totally mishit it, as the young off spinner Mahabir Singh picked up his 8th wicket. Smith bowls, and that's on the line of the leg stump. The batters called for 2 it will be, and it's 3 without loss. So a combination of very good bowling and poor shot selection from the Guyanese batters resulted in Mahabir Singh, Avinash Mahabir Singh, getting the best bowling figures in the tournament so far. When he was on 7, 3 bowlers had taken 7, but he surpassed them all by taking 8 wickets in his first class bowl. What a feat from the young man. Smith, who's bowled with genuine pace so far in this tournament, bowls the ball that's played across the line, but down the leg side. The ball was missing the leg stump. McCarthy 2. Evelyn on 1. 3 without loss. So they trail now by 20 runs. They were 23 behind. Guyana only made 23 more than they had made. Guyana making 223 all out in reply to the CCC's 200. That's down the leg side again. Bad line there from Smith and tucked away as easy as you like. So runs coming in this over easily. 5 runs already off the over with no shot played in anger. The wind has stopped, but it will soon start back. Flags, Guyana flag and the Trinidad and Tobago flag fluttering away in the breeze. Smith number 46 on his back. And that's a good shot again off the back foot and punch down towards the extra cover position. Perez will collect the ball and the batsmen go for their 3rd double run in the over. So it's... They took 1 there? Ah, that should have been 2. Maybe just settling in the first over for 1. 7 without loss. Runs required to make Guyana bat again. Goes down to 16. McCarthy on 6. He's in strike. Face 4 balls. Smith. Balls to McCarthy. McCarthy hits this one. That's definitely going to go for 4. He doesn't even have to think about 1, 2 or 3. So it goes for to the boundary for 4. Stands and admires the shot. Very expensive over from Smith to start. 11 runs off the first over. And at the end of the first over, it's 11 without loss. Yes, back here with the action. Second day of the 7th and final round of the West Indies 4-day championships. Began the round with 4 teams in contention to win their title. Windwards had a chance of winning, well, they still got a chance of winning their first ever title in 1981 when Sir Vivian Richards led the Combined Islands to their first class title. That was the only chance the Windwards had. They share the title as Combined Islands, but they have never won a title on their own. And this is their best chance. They are playing against the Leeward Islands. I want to say congratulations to Haley Matthews, 140. Anchored the West Indies innings, but also set a high target for the Pakistan women. So, perfect start for the West Indies in Pakistan. They won the first one-day international, women's one-day international. So good start by the West Indies women, especially Haley Matthews. This is turned into the onset as Stern now comes into the attack, bowling from the southern end. So Isaiah Thorne, the 19-year-old fast bowler, just back from the World Cup, under 19 World Cup, and Niall Smith, fellow Borbician, but they play for different clubs. Thorne plays for a club called Kanji Cricket Club. That's a bad ball, short and wide, and pounced on it and hit it down to the boundary for 4. So McCarthy on the go. He's dominated this little partnership so far. Partnership going up now to 14 without loss. So the Kanji Cricket Club, that's the club that produced the West Indies female under 19 captain, Munishwar. So that's the club that Thorne comes from. And Smith comes from the Bormine Cricket Club, now with Tuckborg Park. Again, too short, too wide. And hit by McCarthy. So McCarthy is on 17, brings Evelyn, who's on 2, into strike, 19 without loss. They need 4 more runs to make Guyana bat again. But they'll need a lot more of that to prevent Guyana from winning. But even if Guyana wins this match, it's unlikely now that they'll take the title. Smith, the second national fast bowler from Tuckborg Park, following in the footsteps of Romario Shepherd, who's gone on to play for the West Indies. He's now in India in the IPL. So Shamar Joseph, another Borbetian. Turn on the line of the leg stump. Good stop there from Ashir Prasad, diving to his right there in front of the square leg umpire, and limits the batsman to no run. So the over comes to an end at the end of it, 19 without loss, just after 2 overs. So pretty expensive start from both Guyana fast bowlers. We might soon see spin in the form of Pomal. They've got a 3-prong spin attack. All 3 of their spinners have played Test cricket. Moti, Sinclair, who played that 1 Test match in Australia and got a critical 68. People just remember the 7-wicket haul from Shamar Joseph, but didn't remember the 68 made by Sinclair. That's emphasizing how much his batting has come on. His bowling has stayed the same, maybe even gone a little backwards. Slapped away, a good stop again, this time from Chandrapal at the cover position. Chandrapal also placed in the West Indies team to England would be in jeopardy if Mikel Louis continues to fire out the runs. He's got over 600 runs now in the tournament, including 3 centuries. In this game he had an even 100, and he's the opener for the Leeward Islands. Brathwaite has come back after a poor Test series, and they show that when you come down to this level, you've got to be able to make runs. He's gotten 200 so far, the first one against Jamaica, and then he had 189 in his second knock of centuries. Lots of centuries being scored in this tournament, but only one by a CCC batter, and he's not playing in this game, Jonathan Carter. CCC looking for more developmental work, rotating the players. They can't win, they've not won a single match, so they're giving as much players an opportunity to play. Mahabir Singh is taking advantage of that, making his debut in the last round and getting 8 wickets on debut. Might be looking for a call for Trinidad and Tobago next year. Trinidad, of course, has produced a lot of spinners. The first record holder in regional cricket from Trinidad, the off spinners, was Ranjinanan. And then Clyde Butts broke that record, which was eventually broken by Mahindra Nagamutu. And then Pomal outside the off stump, no run. So Guyana, like Trinidad, has produced a number of quality spinners, starting with the great Lancelot Gibbs, first bowler in the world to take 300 wickets, ended his career with 309. Lance Gibbs, arguably the best off spinner to come out of the West Indies. Trinidad in 1950, when they beat England, they had Ramadan along with Valentine, those two little pals of mine. And that was the first victory for the West Indies at Lord's. This is our man on the sweeper position. So Guyana started ultra defensive. They don't want to leak too many runs and give CCC a chance of winning this match. So they've pushed back the man deep on the backward point boundary. Smith's father is the manager of this team, one of the most decorated youth coaches in Guyana or in the Caribbean, because Guyana won from 1992 to 1997 when Ramnare Sarwan played his last year. So that's 6 years in a row. That was under the coaching of Albert Smith, now Albert Clements. So the over is completed, and that's the end of the over. 20 without loss. So we see the trees. The breeze is not as vociferous or furious as it was on yesterday. So the trees are still, the leaves on the trees are still moving, but in not dramatically as it did yesterday when we had a mini storm, when all the tables and the chairs and the tent was going all over the place. So tonight, today, a sunny day. The wind is still up, as evident by the flags. They're still fluttering away. Yes, no surprise. Spin from Guyana. So Moti, who had 2 wickets in the first innings, present West Indies test player. They've got 2 present test players in this side, well 3, Sinclair, Chandrapal and Moti. Chandrapal has been woefully short of runs though. Will struggle to regain his place in the test side. Will be interesting test side to go to England. Lots of the youngsters have come up, have put their hands up. West Indies looking for a young team to start the rebuilding process. Moti, left arm spin, bowls another fullish length delivery, almost played over it. A cracking song as the leather kissed the bottom of the bat. Makati, forward in defense. Moti with almost virtually a brand new ball. So you wouldn't expect him to get too much turn. He's going to get some bunks and skid the ball through once it hits the shiny side. As the ball gets older, it will turn more. But this pitch has offered prodigious turn, as we saw from Mahabir Singh. Fantastic bowling from the young man, especially to the left-handers. He made a mess of them. That's the end of the over, the first from Moti, and at the end of it, it's 20 without loss again in the second innings. So turn switched to the northern end of the ground, started at the south. So turn will bowl from the northern end, which has a fairly steep incline heading up to the pitch. Turn. And that's clipped away. Good stop there by the forward short leg. That would have been 2 runs had it passed him. Isaiah Turn looks like a 23-year-old in a 19-year-old body. Very strong and fit young man. Turn walking back towards his mark. Funky dreads, his hairstyle. And he bowls again. This one passes the forward short leg and it will go close to the boundary. Would the ball be pulled back? Yes, the fielder pulls the ball back just inside the boundary. And Smith goes to the boundary area, pulls the ball back. Smith looking a little jaded. So 23 without loss, 18 to Makati. He's done the bulk of the scoring. Elvin on 5. In case you've just joined us, CCC bowled out yesterday for 200 with Richards top scoring with 47, with 43 in fact. Good single, good running between the wickets, and maybe Chandrapal just caught on the back foot there, caught on his heels. Nice soft hands pushed into the offside and they scampered through for a run. 24 now without loss. They actually now lead by 1 run. So if everybody gets dismissed in the next 10 balls, Guyana will still have to bat. They'll have to make 1. That's not very likely. Turn from the county of Berbice, Guyana's second largest county, and driven nicely by Elvin this time. He's been there on 5 from 8 balls. He's played the supporting role. 19 from 19 balls is Makati. He's done most of the scoring. 24 without loss. As I said, 200 made by CCC in their first innings with Richards, the wicket keeper, who's had a good day behind the stumps and in front of the stumps. Fortunately, he didn't get a chance to get those 7 more runs to get a 50. Maybe he can get it in the second innings. Tight defensive shot there from Elvin. 24 without loss. So Smith and Pumal got 3 wickets each. Turn and Moti picked up 2 as the wickets were shared. 5 to the fast bowlers and 5 to the spinners. So Guyana didn't get maximum fast bowling points. So that box was not ticked off. But they got 2 points for bowling out the team inside the required overs. That's nicely fielded there by Ashkar Prasad, going to his right and picking the ball up nicely in his right hand. So the over has been completed. It's 24 without loss, 5 overs gone. McCarthy has got 19 and Evelyn has got 5. So when Guyana batted, they lost Chandrapal yesterday in similar fashion to the way he's been getting out in Australia. Caught behind off Goodridge. Played forward with no real movement of his feet across and edged the ball to be taken by the keeper. Guyana started in 114 for 1. And when Guyana started the day, there was optimism among the Guyana fans that they would have made at least 450 runs as the wind picks up again here in St. Augustine. But that didn't happen. Although Savory and Imlak both scored 50s, Guyana were bowled out for 223. 62 to Savory. And Imlak continues his good form, got 56. Both batters have gotten 100 so far in the season. In fact, Imlak has gotten 2. And the man of the moment, the 23-year-old Avinash Mahabir Singh, picked up 8 wickets, the best bowling so far in this year's tournament. There were 2 7-wicket hauls and a number of 5-wicket hauls. Quicker, flatter delivery by Moti. And no run. So even though the heat has been sweltering hot here, but we are forecast with rain. Loose work there from Moti. Poor field into his own bowling. Just stood there and just almost put his hand casually out to the ball. It passed him. Batsmen capitalized. They went for a run. And Guyana's come out back after the interval, after they were bowled out. Maybe in their minds they've given up. They know that they cannot win the tournament anymore. And the body language suggests that. I'm not saying that that is the case, but it looks that way. Once they didn't get the full batting points or the full bowling points, in their mind they might thinking, well, we'll settle for second or third, which is still good, but we've lost our title because we are the defending champions, Guyana. That's what they will be thinking. And CCC will be saying, at least we finish the tournament on a high. We draw the match, possibly win it, but bat out and make a big score. In the second innings, they've got quality batters, the likes of Brooks, who's played for West Indies, gotten 100 at test level, gotten a one-day 100. And to my mind, when I first saw Shamar Brooks in that 2008 Under-19 World Cup, which he led the West Indies in Malaysia, he was earmarked as one for the future. Almost like a Carl Hooper, the way he batted. Good on the eyes, nice elegant shots. I'm a big fan of Shamar Brooks, but he's not lived up to the expectations. Hope that Shamar Joseph will live up to his high expectations, and if he bowls well and gets a 3-wicket haul, those same people who are idolizing him now don't start criticizing him. It's hard for the young man to live up to those high expectations. It's not every day that you're going to get a 7-wicket haul in a test match. So they've got to understand. Many of those on Facebook and social media don't know much about cricket. They just talk. So hopefully that Shamar doesn't take the criticism in a bad way and it affects him psychologically. He's got a very supportive wife who's there with him. His fiance, in fact. He's got 2 kids. And he's got to understand also that red ball cricket is different from white ball cricket. 2020 cricket is difficult. Batsmen take more risks, they play more shots, and once you miss a length, you're gonna go. Had a very bad first outing, 4 overs for 47 runs. Got a catch with a no ball. Got another catch dropped off him. But he's got to understand that that comes with the territory. And those who are saying that he has to play in the World Cup 2020, got to be careful, because white ball cricket is very different to red ball cricket. But he's certainly a very talented, one promising fast bowler for the future. A ray of hope for the West Indies in terms of their fast bowling. And they've got a lot of young fast bowlers like Thorne. That's a perfect Yorker. Like Thorne and all of these young men, just teenagers coming up, showing promise. But it's how we develop them, how we work with them. We've got the talent in the West Indies, but we've got to find the right infrastructure, the right practice sessions, the right coaches. The system has to work for the players to develop and improve. Not like the old days when players used to do the work on their own with no coaches, no technology. Another Yorker, well dug out there, and they look for one, maybe just looking for the second in their minds, exploring the possibility, but aborting the idea as soon as it got into their minds and settled for one. So at the end of the 7th over, it's 28 without loss. Guyana in their second innings. CCC in their second innings, sorry. CCC going well. They've not lost a wicket. They're 5 runs ahead. And they're 28 without loss. Good solid start. And the experienced batters have not yet come in. Richards, who top scored in the first innings. Romario Greaves, who made 36. All their batters have chipped in, but they've not converted their 20s and 30s into half centuries. And once they lost the wicket, then they lost the next one right after, when the partnership was building. That's the problem with their batting. Let's see how they go in the second innings. They've already got a big partnership here, relatively, and that's 4 more to add to that partnership, which now goes into the 30s, 32. So nice little partnership building here, 32. And McCarthy is on 32. No, the partnership is 32, as I said. McCarthy is on 25. And Elvin is on 7, so Elvin is playing the supporting knock, while Carty is being the aggressor. Moti brought into the attack very early, replacing Turn, and that's a lovely shot. That's gone. That could be 6, and it just drops in short. 1 bounce into the boundary, so consecutive boundaries off of Moti, and you don't often see that off the West Indies left arm spinner. So 29 to McCarthy. He's raced away just 31 balls, and 7 to his partner Elvin. 36 now on the board. Nice shot again. Misfielded. Single. So Guyana beginning to look a little ragged in the field. And the runs coming at a fast clip. .37 without loss. Run rate close to 5 already. 4.72 as the over comes to an end. 37 without loss. 8 overs completed. And the CCC 200 all out in their first innings. Guyana 223 all out, not doing much better. And of course CCC in their second innings, a good solid start, 37 without loss. First innings we saw the first wicket falling at 8, then the second at 8 and the third at 9. So they were 9 for 3, and then Brooks and Richards put on 43. But when Brooks was out for 20, stylish 20, lots of elegant shots before he departed. And he departed at 53 and then was 54 for 5 from 54 for 3. And then the last wicket added 37. Rubbed salt into the wounds of Guyana. They were hoping to dismiss CCC for less than 200. They should have, but they allowed the last pair to put together 37 runs, and they were finally dismissed, and Guyana began their reply. And before the day was out, Chandrapal was out. Good shot again, punched off the back foot. Look for one, put pressure on the arm of the fielder, and they come back for the second. And that's the arguably the best fielder in the Guyana team there, Raymond Perez at backward point. So once you put pressure on the arm of a fielder, he unconsciously looks up to hear the batsman going for 2, and then he takes his eye off the ball, and most times he fumbles it, and the second is easy. You got to run the first one fast, expect the fielder to misfield, and if he doesn't, then you stay for 1. 39 without loss. Nice shot again, and that's gone bouncing away down towards the long on boundary, wide long on. That's 4 more. So Thorne is taking a batter in. Guyana is looking demoralized already on the second day, just after lunch, the second session. So Thorne, none for 20 so far. This is halfway through his 4th over. Bowled with genuine pace, he and Smith, throughout the tournament. Here he is, bowls. So 43 for the loss of no wicket. 7 away from what would be a 50-run start. The old scoreboard there not being manned. So Thorne, to say good afternoon to everybody looking and listening in the United States. That's a lovely shot. This is boundaries galore in this over. That's the 3rd boundary, and this one was even better. Stroke over the bowler's head with contempt and disdain. Went onto the front foot, and just a nice easy swing. Straight drive over the head of the bowler and into the boundary for 4. It's not often that you see Isaiah Thorne roughed up like this. 47 without loss, and we're just in the 9th over. The run rate over 5. This is a one-day international run rate. No, I was just kidding. I was hoping that wouldn't happen in the second innings. Usually the team bats better in the second innings, and that's another boundary. This time it's 4 byes. Wides, so it's 5 wides. And that goes to Thorne. Yes, if was byes, his figures would have looked a little better. But now 52 come up. The 50 came up. 52 balls. Great partnership. So the captain Imlak goes up to talk to Turn. What would the captain be telling Turn? Finish your over as quick as possible. And let Pomal bowl. Or Sinclair. Because Moti's already replaced you at the northern end. Or the southern end. Smith has also been taken off. So to Lyndon Fraser, Basil Butcher, Derek Kalicharan, those guys listening in America, I'm hoping, they're hoping that the World Cup, they get tickets to go into the World Cup. Big match is going to be played there, Pakistan versus India. And this is the height of what the players are not doing. The intensity is not there. That wasn't a single at all. Just stab the ball, and as we see the big trees blowing away, that means the wind has now picked up again. Those coconut trees, the palms have been blowing away. That was an easy single because of the way that Smith approached that ball. Just stabbed it into the onside and ran. That should have been a half and a run out. But that emphasizes the attitude of the Guyanese, and they go off the field for the water break. So the water break is now taken with the CCC solidly placed on 53 without loss.
Mahabir Singh, leaving little to no wickets for the other bowlers, picking up 8 wickets by himself. And now CCC responds 57 without Moti is back. Moti has been a revelation for the West Indies team on the international circuit. Moti might just feature on the ICC World T20 team that will be picked later this year for the T20 World Cup. Running down to the third-man fence. And now Smith, the man chasing it down, just cornered in. And now Smith, the man giving chase there. So Moti has really spun a web in this tournament. Has been able to build a lot of pressure for the Guyana Happy Eagles unit. And has been able to pick up crucial wickets as well, along with that spin twin of his Veerasamy Permaul. It's going to be a single. Damel Evelyn, by his stature, you would think that he is someone who would strike the ball a long way. Tell you what, he really plays the ball on his merit. He's a good stroke maker. An appeal for stumping. Not out, says the umpire Rifa. 61 without loss. And Niall Smith seems to be the best bowler thus far. Actually, Gurukesh Moti, the best bowler. 5 overs and an economy rate just above 3. So it's good to see the skipper bringing on the 2 left-arm orthodox spinners, taking the ball away from the 2 right-handers. And what we've seen, though, based on the first innings and what we've seen from Permaul, Moti and Mahabir Singh. Loud appeal and he's gone. Evelyn has to go. I was just speaking about Permaul being a revelation and a real stalwart, and there he goes. He strikes for the Guyana Happy Eagles. The first nail in the coffin for them. It's 61 for 1. Evelyn has to go for 9. And well, McCarthy, he's there still on 47. Crucial wicket here for the Guyana Happy Eagles. Comes at a good time as well. I think it's a good time to break the partnership that was being built up here by Evelyn and McCarthy. McCarthy out of Jamaica. Ordain McCarthy, he would have played for the Jamaica Scorpions in the recent past, and now plying his trade for the combined campuses and colleges. Sean Devers quickly strides across his pen and paper, makes a note of a Veerasamy Permaul wicket. Who knows, Veerasamy Permaul, the way he is looking, he's very fit, and the way he's bowling at the moment, well, give him a chance. He may just go up to 1,000 wickets in first class cricket. Already having the most first class wickets in the West Indies. there's the second wicket down. Just like that. Looks to be Siddiqui Henry who has to go. As easy as Sunday morning on a Thursday afternoon. Well, 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 they're still trying to figure out who has been dismissed. Well, Siddiqui Henry has to go without facing a ball. Mr. Barrow has already started biting his nails. Sean Devers has his hands in the air, both hands in the air. He's celebrating. Well, one brings two, they say, Mr. Barrow. And certainly did so. 61 for 2 now. Evelyn just had 9. Siddiqui Henry going without scoring, without facing a ball as well. And tell you what, he may need a new bat when he reaches into the dressing room. Bat took quite a beating, not with the ball, but the concrete steps on the way to the dressing room. Shamar Brooks. What a classy player the skipper is, Shamar Brooks. Didn't have the best of tourneys thus far in the 2024 edition of the West Indies 4-Day Championship. But it just may be the time for him to come good this year. Just look to lead the spoiled fortunes of the Guyana Happy Eagles. Very shortly we'll be giving you the scores of the games that are going on simultaneously with this one. Lovely looking shot there from Brooks. Pleasing on the eyes as always. Even his defensive strokes are pleasing on the eyes. Have a look at that. Leaning nicely. Stretching that front foot forward. And remember, in the first innings where Sammy Purmall would have gotten the wicket off Shamar Brooks, an absolute peach of a delivery, pitched on middle and leg and hit the top of off. And I'm sure Shamar Brooks would be very wary of that dismissal. Some miscommunication between both batsmen, McCarthy and Brooks, as the over comes to an end. It's 61 for 2. Chief weatherman at the venue, Himraj, is saying that we may see some rain this afternoon. One would hope that he didn't have his fair share of goat curry this morning, if you know what I mean. Odin McCarthy approaching a half century. What a welcome half century it would be for him and for the CCC. The thing about CCC in this tournament, we've always seen glimpses of hope for them, and we've seen players, doing well, but not being supported by the other players on the team, and all of the facets of the game didn't click together in any one of the games to earn them that victory that they duly needed to get that their tourney going. It was tough. I'm sure it was tough for them. Excellent team on paper, and of course players would have been in and out of the team as well after touring Jamaica in the first leg of the tournament. Driven nicely, and Imlak diving away to his right, but remember he has that injury, Devin Imlak, to his right hand, so he needs to be careful. Overs being bowled quickly here by the two left arm orthodox spinners, and it has turned out to be two lovely game of crickets thus far held at the UE Spec. Of course, CCC in their last match played here would have played Trinidad and Tobago, and they were absolutely demolished by Trinidad and Tobago. But in saying so, they still fought hard. And Trinidad would have missed a trick in forcing the follow-on immediately after dismissing CCC in the first innings with 352 runs lead. They would have went back and batted, and they would have earned themselves 441 runs lead altogether, and that could have really cost them that game coming down to the final 3 overs. Luckily, Brian Charles struck 3 blows to earn TNT Red Force that victory at the back end of the 4th day's play. Pumal is back. Different bowlers, Pumal and Moti, in the way they approach their delivery stride, their run up, or should I say their walk up, is different. Pumal 1 for 1 and 2. And it's good to see a team like CCC coming back into these West Indies held tournaments, the Super 50 and the West Indies 4-day championship. Tell you why after this delivery. Players like Avinash Mahabir Singh, a Matthew Patrick, a Satruhan Rambaran, all of these guys from Trinidad, of course, Trinidad and Tobago. But don't forget the Siddiqui Henrys and the Damel Evelyns. Before this tournament, I don't think you would have heard of some of these guys. And some of them playing West Indies under 19 cricket. And after that, after the under 19 World Cup and so on, you tend to see them falling away from the spotlight and not earning that recognition. So it's good to see, you know, a team like CCC giving them that opportunity to showcase their talent on this stage. And look at what has happened today. Avinash Mahabir Singh, many of the viewers may not have heard the name Avinash Mahabir Singh before. Today you have heard the name Avinash Mahabir Singh, and I'm sure you may not stop hearing the name Avinash Mahabir Singh again from today onwards. And you may not forget that name again. In saying so, 15 overs bowled, it's 63 for the loss of 2. And kudos to West Indies cricket. I say a special good afternoon to Dr. Kishore Shallow, the president of CWI, Mr. Azim Basarat, the vice president of CWI, and Mr. Miles Bascom, the director of cricket for Cricket West Indies as well. Oh, misfield there by Niall Smith. Cover. Giving Brooks the single. And I think Moti would have felt a bit hard done there for the fact that you would have wanted to keep the new batsman on strike, but then you give up the single in the first delivery of the over, and you bring out Ian McCarthy on strike, who's in 48 or 50. And as we near the end of this 4-day tournament as well, I think it's safe to say kudos to the West Indies Cricket Board for pulling off yet another successful tournament that unearthed so much talent. Mikhail Louis from the Leeward Islands, look at him. And look at what he has done. Good delivery there from Gurukesh Moti. Before this tournament, I would have never heard the name Raymond Perez. And yesterday I saw him struck 62. Just goes to show the good work that these young men are putting in to their game, earning their call up to their national teams. And to underscore that point, as well as the 16th over comes to an end, look at what happened to Shamar Joseph. As I pay across to Mr. Sean Devers. Before the CPL 2023, many persons may not have ever heard the name Shamar Joseph. And look at what he came and did in Australia for the West Indies team. And now he is a household name on the international circuit. Now he's playing IPL for the Lucknow Super Giants. And he's a hot seller on the franchise circuit now. Oh, Brooks playing loosely outside the off stump. It's a good day to be fishing, I can tell you that much, but not with the bat in hand. 1 for 2 to Permal. Stingy bowler, Virasamy Permal. He doesn't give away much. I always thought that, Virasamy Permal and Imran Khan out of Trinidad and Tobago really been one of the two unfortunate spinners in the Caribbean. Lots of wickets regionally. It's always been tough for them to break in to that international team. Permal, unfortunately, when he would have broken into that team, he would have been injured. In and out. And that's very unfortunate for him, but I think he has certainly done his job and stamped his authority on the cricketing circuit. Officially there from Brooks. Tejnarain Chandapal is there. He's someone who would want to bat again. Before the end of this tournament, he'd want to use that second innings to his advantage. Had a really poor season in the West Indies Championship, and giving away his wickets numerous occasions. So he'd want to make amends in the second innings here at the UE Spec. Just about 9 minutes away to the tea interval. Always wonder why they call it the tea interval and you never get tea. Well, Sean Devers is correcting me and he's saying that at least in the West Indies you don't get tea. Oh, at least in Trinidad. He's saying you normally get tea in Guyana. of cricketers saying that the best tea refreshments that they get is in England. Good stop there by Tejanarain Chandapal, winning the race. The cheeky attempt from Savory to execute a run out. 69 for 2. The overs creeping up. 44 overs bowled in the day. Driven down the ground nicely, and that's Odain McCarthy's half century. A brilliant hand here from the Jamaican. 50 coming up off 58 deliveries and 6 fours and a strike rate of 86.21. And he really added some impetus to the innings at the start, getting them a healthy start. 70 for 2 after 17.5. So a good hand there by Odain McCarthy. Congratulations to him. So I think it was a case of Odain McCarthy coming out and playing freely, playing positively. 71 for 2 after 18. But yeah, he didn't have the best of form coming into the tournament in the games that he played. And he didn't open the batting at all. Today, he's grasped the opportunity to open the batting with both hands. He's come out and struck the ball to all parts of the UE spec. On the ground though, and very sublime at that as well. And he has earned himself a well-played half century. Some turn on offer for Pumal. Cut away nicely. This could be 4. It's getting away from Chandapal and just pulled in. Good running. Just 2. Leeward Islands would have made 300 all out after 82.5 overs in Port of Spain. Windward Island Volcanoes 172 for 8 after 49. Well, some good news coming out of Coolidge. 238 for 9 West Indies Academy, in response to 153 set by the Barbados Pride, believe it or not. "19 overs bowled, 73 for 2. Just about 1 over again until that tea interval. Or with the spinners' pace at which they are bowling their overs, who knows, we could very much get 2 overs in before that tea interval, which Himraj is waiting so eagerly on, seeing that he wants to stretch the legs a bit. Just want to go and check on the flags, and cameraman may just pick up the flags in a bit, and there we go. Seems as though he is hearing me very well from the far end of the ground. Cameraman. This one is driven and he's pierced the gap nicely there, McCarthy. Beating the two fielders on the offside, on the imaginary inner ring. A different story today for the Guyana Happy Eagles. That should have never been won there, and looked to be Kevin Sinclair. Surprisingly allowing that one to pass him, and Brooks getting one. I've seen some deliveries from the spinners jumping on the batsmen, some keeping very low and some skidding through as well. And as I say, yes, the short leg is a good move, but can we see a silly point as well in place for these batsmen? Those deliveries that jump, some keep low, you never know where it may end up. And you're looking for wickets, so why not? A new batsman at the crease in the form of Shamar Brooks. Put some pressure on him early. Look to get that wicket. He can be a real batting pest, so to speak. Shamar Brooks, if he gets going. The umpire just ensuring that the sight screen is moved in the right position. Audine McCarthy marshalling the tractor as to where he would want them to stop. Back to Moti, no run. Almost another mix-up in the middle. At the end of 20, it's 75 for 2, and it's tea time here at the UE Spec on day 2 of this round 7 clash between Guyana Happy Eagles and the CCC, of course, of the Cricket West Indies 4-Day Championship 2023-2024. And that completes session number 2, on day 2. 75 for 2. CCC batting in the second innings here at the UE Spec.
Yes, well, good afternoon once again. Welcome back to the University of the West Indies campus here in St. Augustine, Trinidad, where we see the umpires are already on the field, followed by the batters, and the fielders are almost ready to start. So conditions continue to be slightly overcast, hazy sunshine, unlike the pre-tea period when the sun was blazing in all its glory. Lots more cloud cover. Wind still very high. Flags fluttered out in the breeze. Guyana flag and a smaller Trinidad and Tobago flag. The guy with the tractor is coming across. Just going to the side screen area in case the bowlers bowl from round the wicket or over the wicket. That tractor there is going to push the side screen to the left or right. So we're almost all ready. So at T, 75 without loss. Makati on 54, the third half century in this game. Perez got the highest, and Imlak got 55. So McCarthy has a good chance of getting the highest score in this match. Starts with an off drive of Sinclair, who comes into the attack. Sinclair, not a prodigious spinner of the ball, relies more on line and length. Shamara Brooks is forward, doesn't know where that one went. Hit the inner part of the bat, and that's McCarthy, and it went down towards the short backward square. A shot in the dark in bright sunshine. Forward he comes, McCarthy, still on 54. Brooks on 8. Run rate has dipped just above 3. 76 for 2, 3.71. It was 5 at one stage when the openers were going helter-skelter. So the final session of the second day. Sinclair bowls a ball that doesn't spin, goes right past McCarthy's bat, taken by Savory. Sun in a battle with the clouds, winning so far. Good delivery again, bang on target, and Sinclair's first over has come to an end. At the end of it, CCC batting in their second innings. They are 76 for the loss of 2. So Sami Pomal will start his second spell. This time he'll go to the ball now from the northern end of the ground. No, that's the southern end of the ground. Started from the northern end of the ground. High breeze again picking up. Pomal in very high wind here in St. Augustine. Bowls to Brooks. Brooks forward and wants the side screen to be adjusted. Pomal going round the wicket. Very experienced campaigner. Shamar Brooks out of Barbados. Former West Indies under 19 captain. Played for West Indies at the Test level, played for West Indies at the ODI level. Leans on his bat. Hands akimbo as he waits for the guy on the tractor to make the adjustment. The guy on the tractor is now making the adjustment. Pushes the side screen to the right, and Shamar Brooks is ready now. Pomal is ready, and we restart the action after a short delay. Pomal with his shades, and that's outside the off stump, spinning away. And back goes Brooks, punches it out towards cover, and there is no run. So Guyana started the day confident of doing well with the bat and possibly winning the title. All that went to naught when Mahabir Singh struck in the first over of the day, bowling the overnight batter, and then proceeded to pick up 7 wickets after that. Guyana starting on 114 for 1. Chandrapal was dismissed by Goodrich yesterday, and Mahabir Singh ran through the tail after dismissing Perez. 8 for 7. Best bowling figures by debutant. Good bunks there from Pomal. A little bit of spin and bunks. And this wicket is offering prodigious turn and bunks for the spinners. Most spinners would want to put this in their pocket and go away with it. So we look at the features of the ground. The sky is getting a little darker. That's disappointing. Look at this, the floodlights, very good floodlights, high. But they're not being used in this game, nor any of the first class games. So you've seen what the ground and the outskirts of the ground look like. Forward comes McCarthy. He's on 54, remains on 54. Drives it into the offside. Sinclair, right arm off spin, bowls to McCarthy. McCarthy gets back. And it's always a danger going back to a bowler like Sinclair, because he bowls it very quickly. He rarely flights it. And it's not a big turning deliveries. So when you go back, it skids through. This ball is again not spinning as much as maybe the batter anticipated. He opens the face of it though. He opens the face of the bat. The ball goes down towards the short third man position. And they come back for 2. So he's gone on now to 56. The lead now 55. A healthy lead already. Gone past 50. Slowed down a bit. 3.49 the current run rate. 56 to McCarthy. Brooks on 8. 78 for 2. The wickets of Evelyn and Henry. Henry was unfortunately run out without facing a ball. Evelyn was caught behind off for ball for 9. Both wickets falling at 61. Half forward he comes. McCarthy pushes it towards silly mid-off. There's a silly mid-off and a silly mid-on. There's a slip also in place. The 3 men huddled around the bat. Close catching positions. Forward he comes. Hits it out towards silly mid-off. And there is no run. The fielders preventing the single. Backward point, cover, and a mid-off just inside where the 30-yard circle will be in the one-day game. Back towards the bowler, and there is no run. The noise you are hearing in the background would be the big roller that usually rolls the road. Well, it's on the road, but this road no need any fixing. Maybe going to roll the pitch, take out some of that bunks and turn that all the spinners have had today. Well, maybe except Sinclair. That's a nice shot. And Sinclair is after it. Smith is after it. And Smith gets it first, relays it back to Sinclair, and he tosses it back to the keeper Savory. In the meantime, the batters go for 2. So Brooks goes into double figures, and the total going up to 80. Brooks is driving, more a push than a drive. When Brooks is in top form, he's such a joy to watch. Easy on the ice. He's driving, he's cutting. Forward he comes, Shamar Brooks. I remember doing commentary in the 2008 World Cup when he was batting. He got 100 in that game. Stephen Jacobs was the captain when they, oh my dear, that ball turned and bunks and past the edge. Well taken though by the keeper. That ball bounced prodigiously. I remember when the team was announced to go to Malaysia, they played in the regional 50 over game in the West Indies cricket. They were one of the teams, the West Indies on the 19 team, and at Blairmont against Barbados, Pedro Collins took, I think, 7 wickets. That's a nice shot. That's a shot that Carl Hooper would play. Dabbing it down nicely down towards the third man position, and they get 2. So Brooks elegantly goes now to 12, and the total going up to 82 for 2. And in that game, Pedro Collins got, I think, 8 wickets or 7 wickets, and the under 19 team, under the leadership of Stephen Jacobs at Blairmont, were bowled out for 18. And one of the headlines got, on the 19 team, scored just that. They scored 18, which meant on the 19. And when they went to Malaysia, Brooks got 100, I think, in one of the matches. Stephen Jacobs, who was the captain, was replaced by Brooks, and he also got 100 in a plate match against Papua New Guinea. 82 for the loss of 2. 56 to McCarthy. He's looked quite good. Both teams housed in that area when they come to the ground. University of the West Indies Sports and Physical Education Center. Lovely flat building. Place getting a little bit murky, a bit more overcast. Quicker delivery from Sinclair and played off the back foot there by McCarthy. 56 years, 79 balls he's faced. Brooks at the other end, he's on 12 from 37 balls. The present scoring rate 3 point something, so he's out, giving his wicket away. McCarthy, just when he was set again for a big score, he's gone caught by Chandrapal off the bowling of Pamal, who's picked up his second wicket. Sinclair has picked up his first wicket. Pamal has got one. Henry was run out, and so Sinclair gets a wicket. He would usually do a back flick, but I don't think he would do back flicks in a 4-day game. Would do that in the 2020 games, and maybe in the 1-day. So 3 people now on the stands, and we saw lots of billboards again. That's another billboard there just beyond the road where the car is passing. Trinidad is full of billboards. The commercial capital of the Caribbean. When you go along the highway, there are lots of billboards there. If you're going to South Trinidad from Port of Spain. So Yannick Otley joins the experienced Shamar Brooks. So the 2 most experienced players in the CCC team joining forces. Otley picked more for his left arm spin, but quite a good bat also. Sinclair with 1 wicket on his belt. Bowls and forward comes Otley. McCarthy opting to try to hit Sinclair over the top and only managed to find Chandrapal at the deep mid-off. There, forward he came, and the ball hit the bat, then the pad. So the appeal was ignored by the umpire. So Sinclair would relish bowling on a track like this. There is lots of turn, lots of bunks for the spinners. Good for batting too, if you adjust to the conditions and you bat well, focus on your good shots, execute proper shot selection, quicker delivery, and lots of noise there. And once a wicket or 2 falls, the fielding team usually perks up in decibels, in the noise level. 83 for the loss of 3. Just losing the important wicket of McCarthy, looking to hit Sinclair over the top, and was caught for 55. No blue in the skies, but no immediate threat of rain though, as we see the sky behind this, well above the floodlights. Floodlights relatively high here at the university ground. Where Sami Pomal from Albion Cricket Club in Quarantine Burbies bowls, and that's short and well stopped by Smith. Excellent work by Smith. I was saying throughout this tournament, the fast bowlers have now become very good fielders. all of the fast bowlers in this tournament. And even in world cricket, the fast bowlers are very good fielders, maybe apart from Shannon Gabriel. That's what 2020 has done to. Oh dear, that one bounced and torn, ripped away from the pitch. I almost give the impression that that went into a crack, but there's no crack on the pitch. Wow. Hit back towards Pomal. No timing in the shot. Otley still on one. This is going to be a test. The ball ripping away, turning both ways. The off spin and turn it into the right hander. The left arm spin and turn it away. They're bowling in tandem. The left arm spinner and the right arm off spinner both have played Test cricket. Sinclair, the most recent one to play in Australia in the last tour. He played one Test match. Pomal has played 9 Test matches. He's got 31 wickets already. Not a bad record. Should have played a few more. Maybe got injured at the wrong time. Turned into the onside and they get a single. So at the end of the over, they total, after 26 overs, CCC in their second innings, 85 for 3. Sinclair bowls and that's pulled away down towards the boundary and stopped just inside. And Perez, one of the better fielders in the Guyana side, live wire in the field. Even when he came on in Barbados as a substitute, he was all over the place. So Sinclair will bring in Smith from long on to just inside where the 30-yard circle being the one-day game. So there's a deep mid on, a deep mid off. As he will bowl to the new batsman, Yannick Otley, who's on 3. Bowls to Otley. Otley's forward, gets a quick single. That's good run in. Just steered it away into the offside. Open the face. Nice soft hands. Acknowledges his partner for initiating that run. Back goes Smith towards the long on position. The mid off is still up, deep mid off. So once Brooks is in place, the long on sinks back. There's a backward square on the boundary also, and a backward square short backward square just to the left, to the right of the umpire, and a forward square on the boundary. That's turn. Sinclair, and that's outside the line of the off stump. Not as prodigious the turn as you saw from Mahabir Singh or Pomal or even Moti. Good stop there, good fielding there by the captain Imlak at cover. Nice drive though from Brooks. Brooks is back and steers it away, almost Carl Hooper-like, down towards the vacant position at third man, and into the boundary for 4. So once you bowl with any level of pace, and Sinclair bowls usually quicker, and that was dabbed nicely down towards the boundary for 4. He goes now into double figures. He's 13. And the total is going up to 91 for 3. 68 runs now, the lead. Some of the lights on the street are on, which means the automatic system. Once the place gets to a certain level of darkness, the lights automatically come on the streets. When we get a chance, we'll show you the lights on the street just behind the small stand there where there are three spectators. Pomal, as the wind picks up, bowls, and again there's no run. Otley pulls the ball back with his bat and then tosses it to one of the fielders. I remember Leon Johnson at Albion doing the same thing at the non-strikers end though. Lovely shot, and that's out towards the boundary. That's going to be 4 runs. So lovely shot there from Otley. He doubles the score. He goes to 8, and it's 95 for the loss of 3 wickets. Yeah, Leon Johnson was making his debut as a 16-year-old at Albion, and he fielded the ball. Well, he stopped the ball and threw it to Nagamutu, who was bowling. Nagamutu appealed. Umpire Eddie Nichols, former test umpire, asked Nagamutu if you're serious. Nagamutu said yes. So once there was an appeal, he was out-handled the ball, and Nagamutu said, Leon, you'll never do that again in your career. And he never did. Nowadays, that law has changed. It's been incorporated with obstructing the field, so there's no handle the ball. Even if you pick up the ball and toss it and they appeal, it's obstruction of the field now. So those are little things. If the fielding team senses that you've got 2 runs to win and they want to play, that's fair. But if they want to play with some kind of animosity, they can appeal. It's legal. It's just like the man card. It's the batsman who's wrong going out if he squeezed the tee for run, not the bowler. The bowler has a right to run him out. That came up in the ICC World Cup when Kimo Paul man-card in the semi-finals against Zimbabwe. And all of the commentators except Ian Bishop was calling for the spirit of play. That was illegal. But Kimo Paul was well within his right. That's in the laws. If it's anybody doing unfair play, it should be the batter. Because if you run a sharp run and you're 2 inches out of your crease, then you could be run out. But if you back up 2 inches, then you'll be in your crease. So the end of the over, it's 95 for 3. 8 to Otley. Played some lovely shots in that over. Yeah, so let's look. 96 for 3. Pomal 1 for 16. Yeah, that's the old scoreboard. It's not being used. And if you go back a little to your right, you'll see the street lights that I'm talking about. It's on. Yes, that street light is on behind that small stand with 3 spectators. If they're Guyanese spectators, they'll be very disappointed, people. Outside the off stump, no shot. Sinclair starts a new over. So every afternoon around this time, we see more and more students. The population gets a little bigger, the activity gets a little hyped. And yesterday we saw people in the, yes, those are the 3 students, I believe. Lots of cars. I wonder if that no parking sign is above the cars or beyond the cars. Nice shot there. Just going back and easing it away. So 13 to Otley. 100 comes up. And the lead marches on to 77. This is getting frustrating for the Guyanese. If you're listening in Guyana, you'd be very displeased with Guyana's performance today, both with the bat and now with the ball. Pomal is bowled well, but the magic man, the debutant, really turned the game on its head. Mahabir Singh, 8 for 57, the best first class bowling figures in regional cricket by a debutant. Good feeling again by Imlak. Nice shot though by Otley. Both of the batters are in double figures. Otley 13, Brooks 17. Sinclair bowls and he's forward. And Sinclair, every time he bowls, gives the impression that that could be close. He could almost out. Yeah, and sometimes the ball hits the middle of the bat. But that's his style. He's a very aggressive, a very confident young man. Sinclair, out of Angoy's Avenue in New Amsterdam, Berbice. Plays for Rose Hall Town in Quarantine, Berbice. Most of the Guyana cricketers of recent come from Rose Hall Town. He is the grandson of his coach. His grandfather coached him, and he's also the nephew of the former Guyana fast bowler Kevin Darlington, who played for Bormine. Now it's called Tuckburg Park. Talking about Bormine, Clayton Lambert also played for Bormine and captained them. Lovely shot again, just dabbing it down towards the third man position. Half stop there by Smith as the heavy roller goes past us again, drowning out the sound of our commentary. Briefly though. But even if we don't talk, you can see. 102 for 3. And again, nice delicate shot. This time it goes for 4. And Smith is getting a serious workout. He's in the wrong spot when Brooks is batting. Nice shot from Brooks again. I love to see when Carl Hooper played that. That was one of my favorite shots when I was batting. I love to. Carl Hooper is my favorite batter. Even though Viv Richards and Lara and Chandrapal have more runs, Carl Hooper was my favorite batter. I would pay to see Carl Hooper play a cover drive and then go out of the ground and come back in and pay again, because my money was worth it when Carl Hooper's cover drove. Brooks is forward, and in fact Brooks, when he was younger, his favorite cricketer, I don't know if it's still, his favorite cricketer was Carl Hooper. He's 23, got 20 in the first innings. He's got to go on and get a big score. He's got the ability. Gets out too often now, between 20 and 60. Got to go on to get more hundreds. He's played at the highest level. He's back and plays with a full face of the bat. His bat as broad as the side screen. Well, this is a narrow side screen, so his bat is just as broad as the narrow side screen. And 1 for 22, Pomal. Sinclair 1 for 14. Henry being run out without facing a ball. The 3 wickets gone. 106 for 3. The run rate has dipped below 4 now, but the lead going on to 83. 13 to Otley, who will be back in strike, and Shamar Brooks, who's looked good. Well, he's always looked good until he gets himself out or he gets a good ball. Light on the street there continue to shine. The 3 spectators there continue to be in the ground. At least there's improvement in the crowd. Yesterday there were 2. So now there's 3. Gets another single as McCarthy this time opens the face of the bat. He goes now to 14, 107 for 3. And well, these days there is no big crowd for first class cricket, maybe because of the standard. Back in the days, in the Shell Shield time, grounds were packed. I remember going into the Clive Lloyd stand at Border. That's the double-decker stand. It's totally down now and it's broken down. There's no more Clive Lloyd stand. The double-decker, the Lance Gibbs stand is down. The Laparkin stand is down. The Kenny Wishart stand is down. The schoolboy stand is down. The only stand remaining is the Rohan Kanai, and because that's concrete, nice shot, whipped away past the man at short mid-wicket, and Smith again does the fielding on the boundary. So rotation in the strike again. 23 now to Brooks, 14 to Otley, 108 for the loss of 3 wickets. Sinclair goes over the wicket, bowls to Otley. Otley is back, doesn't play a shot. Ball passes outside the line of the off stump, doesn't turn back enough to challenge the off stump. So conditions begin to get a little worse. Signs of rain coming. Hopefully it stays away until the duration of today's play and tomorrow. Nice shot there and good stop. Chandrapal, they all also got 2, but Chandrapal saved 2 runs there because that would have been 4 if that had passed him. So Sinclair ends the over, and the rain is now showing its presence. So 110 for the loss of 3. And if rain falls today, and rain falls any other day during the course of this match, it's all over bar the shouting for Guyana in terms of winning the title. I'm sure that they've almost given up winning the title. Barbados and the Windward Islands. Leeward's in a good position though. They made 300 runs and they are 3rd. Barbados is 2nd. But if Barbados can beat the Academy, even though the Academy has gotten a lead, Barbados can bowl out the Academy a 2nd time for the runs they make in their 2nd innings and still win that match. Then Barbados would win their 25th title and 3rd in 4 years. Guyana presently the defending champions. Windwards, of course, have never won a tournament, have never won a title. They shared it in 1981 with the Combined Islands when Viv Richards led them to victory as the Combined Islands. But in 1980, they separated. They played for another year as the Combined Islands, and then in the one-day tournament from 1980, they played as Windwards, Leewards, and then they separated totally in first-class cricket after that. Leewards were the stronger team, and the Windwards were the weaker of the island teams. So Pamal and goes around the ball but gets enough bat onto it and gets a single. So as we speak, the sun forcing its way out again. So the Leewards have won 3 titles. Oh, they've one shared with Guyana And Windwards, as I said, no title on their own. Barbados has won 25. Well, they haven't won 25 yet. If they beat the academy team, they'll go to 25. 112 for 3 as the rain starts to come down here in Trinidad. So this is the most disappointing thing in a cricket match, the rain. So Moti switched back to the northern end of the ground. The ground staff on standby. Both ends just close to the covers. And this is gone. Pushing forward Otley. And he's gone for 16. First delivery in a new spell from Moti. And he struck. So Motley has made the breakthrough. Otley going for 17. 112 now for the loss of 3 wickets. So as soon as a partnership begins to build, just like in the first innings, a wicket goes down, and then usually another one goes down right away. Ghana would still think they're in the match, but I'm not sure if they think they can still win the title. So the wicket keeper and the batter directing the ground staff to in moving the side screen. It's a movable side screen. It's very narrow. So once the bowler changes from round to over the wicket, you've got to move the side screen to compensate the angle. And there's a tractor at the southern end. But their fielders, their ground staff at the northern end have to pull it on their own, unlike the northern end where a tractor does the work. So 112 for 4, the CCC in their second innings. Moti bowls, and that's well played there by Richards. Batted very well in the first innings, unfortunately fell 7 short of what would have been a well-deserved half-century. Kept very well also. Took about 3 catches. Looked superb behind the stumps. Had a good day in front of the stumps and behind the stumps yesterday. Here he is on the second day. Moti comes in, bowls, and there is no run. So at the end of the over, it's 112 for 4. And that's the latest score here in Trinidad. Yes, as we see again the sky, it's gotten a little darker, and that's where the rain is coming from. The rain has stopped a bit. I once asked a guy, where does the rain come from? And he said, from the sky. I meant which direction. So the looking at the clouds, we're looking at the advertisement boards in the distance. Pomal bowls and played into the onside, and they get a single. So Brooks goes to 26, or he's 25. No, 27. Brooks, 114 for 4. So Richards has faced 5 balls. He's not yet off the mark. Top scorer in the first innings. That one again spun past, and that could be frustrating for bowler also. When the ball turns square and it misses the bat. It's not the ball that turns square that gets usually the wicket. It's the one that just turns a little bit. Brings the batsman forward, he pushes at it. Those that turn big, most times the batsman miss them because they turn so prodigiously. So Pamal, left arm orthodox spin. 31 wickets from 9 test matches where Sami Pamal, 639 wickets in first class cricket. Tremendous servant of especially Guyana's cricket over the years. He's made his first class debut in 2007. Since then he's been playing at the regional level. Played a couple of one-day matches for the West Indies, 9 test matches. And he's only 34 in the context of spinners. If you look at Tahir, he's 42, 43 this year. And he's going to be coming back to captain the Guyana in the CPL. Inspirational leader, Tahir. Never captained any team before. And captain Guyana, and they won their first title. Leon Johnson, who has been the most outstanding, well, the most successful, I wouldn't say most outstanding, it can't be more outstanding than Lloyd, but the most successful first class captain for Guyana, for anybody in the region. He was the manager of that team, so maybe some of his luck rubbed off. And Guyana won the first time. They've been to the most semi-finals, they've been to the most finals. They were always the bridesmaid, never the bride. So another over is completed as umpires keep one eye on the sky, which is cleared up a little bit. So 115 for 4. CCC showing better fight in the second innings. They were 9 for 3 in the first innings and then 53 for 5. Now they're 115 for 4. They already lead by 92 runs. Brooks looking good on 28. And Richards, who top scored in the first inning, so we know he can bat. Got a couple of 50s, I think, in this tournament also. He's yet to score. Guyana needed to get maximum points and win this match emphatically if they were to hope to retain their title. They're the defending champions, and in addition to winning, they had to hope that the results go in their favor. The West Indies Academy putting up a good showing against Barbados. But I still think Barbados will come back and win that match, even though they've taken the first innings lead, bowling out Barbados for 153. And when I last heard, they were 215 for 9. I see the latest score. If they had a big last wicket partnership. In fact, the last wicket partnership here for CCC was 37 when they made 200. If you subtract 37 from 200, that is what Guyana should have bowled them out for in the first innings. But you're on the field, you have nobody else to blame. When you win, you get the praise. When you lose, you lose. Moti bowls, and the forward comes Shamar Brooks. So the Barbados are batting again. Barbados 26 for 1 in the second innings. 26 to 1 from 7.4 overs. How much did the Academy make? So they need to get the so that's 62 more to what they have now. Yeah. So they still trail by 62 runs in the last session of the second day. Lots of time left in that match. Barbados has quality bowling, and I don't expect them to fail twice in one innings. Against Guyana, they were bowled out for a small score in the first innings, and Guyana had to work hard to win that match in the second innings. $57 for 2, Jamaica against Trinidad and Tobago. How much did Trinidad and Tobago end up making? They started the day at 308 for 7, so they had to make a big score, and most likely they will beat Jamaica, a game of personal landmarks and academic interests more than a result, because none of the two teams in Jamaica nor Trinidad and Tobago can win the title. In fact, Trinidad has won more one-day titles than anyone else, including the CPL and everything, but they have not won a 4-day title since 2017 when Ganga was the captain, led them to victory. Same with Guyana and one-day cricket. We've not, well, not we, Guyana have not won a one-day title since 2005. Forward he comes, and there's no run. Pomal continues. What's wrong? Oh. 26 without loss. Who batting? Yeah, so Volcanoes in their second innings, 26 without loss against the Windwards in the match of the rung. Volcanoes, that's the Leewards on third, and the Windwards leading the table. Barbados on second, Leewards on fourth, Guyana on third. So that's the fourth place playing the first place, and the winner of that could very well be the 2004 champions. Barbados would need to beat the academy team, and they will be the champions because they're second place, just a couple of points. And the funny thing is that Guyana has the most match points. They've got 51, and all of the other teams are in their 40s, but the bonus points is what Guyana lacks. Because Guyana, if you yeah, so Clive Atwell all the way from Australia is calling me. Says he's watching the match on YouTube in the middle of the night in Australia. I want to say good good night to all my Australian friends, Brendan Nash's mother, and to Brandon Nash, the former West Indies player whose father came from Jamaica. This is on the line of the off stump and played into the onside, and there is no run. So 124 for 4. Want to say good afternoon, good night to Clive Atwell from Australia, the former Guyana boxer. There's a big boxing match bout on Saturday, fighting for the world gold title. That's just below the WBC world title. It's going to be Dexter Marks opposing the Elton Dari from the US of A. He's Guyanese, US of A. Comes with his trainer. And the other fight, well, the other main fight as Richard turns that into the onside and he gets a single. So Pomal concedes another run. 122 for 4. It's Kevin Alicock, the Olympian, who's fighting in his first professional fight against a Barbadian. All this happening, the first round, 8 bouts on the card Saturday at the Everest ground. So the promoters, Elton Dari himself, co-promoting with Sion Bristol. Good afternoon to each and every one of you. Lots of good fights on that card. There's also a female flight. 2 foreigners coming in. So here in Trinidad on the last session of the second day of this West Indies Cricket Championships 4-day match, final round. Back goes Richards, left-hander. He's still on 1. He looks to paddle sweep. And did he get that over his shoulder? It could go a long way to the boundary, and it's gone for 4. Stop just inside. So the 100 lead coming up. So 125 now for 4. 36.5 overs completed. Moti will bowl his final delivery in his 12th over. Brooks 30 in strike. Moti in bowls to Brooks. Brooks is standing up straight and pushing it stylishly out towards Imlak at cover. And there's no run. So 124 for the loss of 4. So 102 they lead by. So Guyana going more and more unlikely, remotely, of winning this title. I think they've already give up winning the title, but what they would want to do now is not lose this match and end with a win, and say that the point system caused them not to win the tournament, which is their fault. If they had batted more positively in the initial stages of their innings in all of the matches, they would have gotten maximum batting points. Oh, that's an easy catch. Easy catch at leg gully. Taken easily there by, looks like Perez. And Richards is gone. The left-hander, it's gone for 4. 225 now for the loss of 5 wickets. So as the water break is taken, we'll take a little break here as we see those advertisement signs, billboards, lovely scenery outside of the ground. Yeah, well, welcome back to an overcast University of the West Indies ground here in St. Augustine in Trinidad, where we greet you to with the news if you've just joined us that Guyana has just taken another wicket just before the water break. Pomal is in fact taking 2 in a row, and he's got 3 so far. Took 3 in the first innings, continues to apply his trade very well. Good servant of Guyana's cricket since 2007 he started at this level. And the umpire raises his hand. Something is the issue. The side screen. Yes, the southern end side screen. That's where the tract is. If it was the northern end, then the curators would have had a big battle to pull that. So why is there no two tractors? Yeah, Pamal is in, continues the action after the water break, and no run. So 125 for 5 in the 38th over. CCC fighting their way back today. Mahabir Singh bowled impressively, celebrated his birthday yesterday with a call up in the 11. So that was a good birthday gift to make his first class debut. And then he celebrated with 8 for 57, the best bowling figures ever by a debutant in regional cricket. I want to say good afternoon to my two friends who were sitting in that stand. I was always saying that there was a bigger crowd because yesterday there were 2 people and there are now 3 people. Luke and Saucy Latif in the stands. Good for you, but you forgot to bring the Guyana flag and the Trinidad flag. That's swept away and it's gone for 4. So Greaves off the mark with a boundary. Shamar Brooks still there. 129 for 5. Pamal 2 for 33 so far. So conditions continue to be overcast. The Ghana flag and the Trinidad flag fluttering away in the breeze. Very high breeze here at UE. In Trinidad, the over comes to an end as Greaves goes forward and there is no run. So 129 for 5 off of 38 overs. CCC in their second innings. McCarthy 56, the top scorer so far. But Brooks is still there and he is quite an accomplished batsman when on song. I've not seen him on song for a long time. He was one of my favorite young batsmen coming up because he played just like my favorite batsman, Carl Hooper. So again, the pressure. They're earning their pay though. They're there to move the covers. They're there to sweep the ground, prepare the pitch. And now they're there to move the side screen while there's a tractor on the opposite side moving the side screen, a man just sitting inside of it. Forward comes Shamar Brooks. Classy shot down the ground. Chandrapal fields at mid-off and there is no run. So the wind picks up here. It's not a hurricane. I was told yesterday that Trinidad don't have hurricanes, but it's a mini storm. Guyana on the safe zone. No hurricanes, no earthquakes, no volcanoes. Only natural disasters. No natural disasters. Man-made disasters though. Picked up and clipped away onto the onside. Turn from the backward square boundary, comes to his left to do the fielding. And there is just a single. So 4 to Greaves. Brooks on 31. 130 for 5. 107 now the lead. If you've just joined us, we'll tell you that Guyana started the day on 114 for 1, with Chandrapal being the only batsman dismissed on the first day. He was out caught behind off the bowling of Goodrich. Well, today, Avinash Mahabir Singh was the star of the show. He had Perez, who was the not-out batsman, on 36. Perez was first to go in the first over, bowled by Mahabir Singh, and then he struck 7 wickets after that to end up with 8 for 57 on debut. That's a record. regional cricket. The best spell for a debutant in regional first class cricket, backed up by Blades and Goodrich, who got the other 2 wickets. And Ghana were bowled out for 223, although Perez got 62 and Imlak was finally out playing a shot looking for 6. They had to do that at that stage. Nice shot again, backward of point, down to the boundary and cut off by Smith coming across his left. And they limit the batsmen to 2. So Shomar Brooks looking better and better. He's on 33 now. And he spent a long time at the crease. He's faced 75 balls. So Greaves on 4 at the non-strikers end. Pomal. He's gotten 2 wickets so far. I think he's gotten now 640 first class wickets. Pomal. And he's not finished yet. From the county of Berbice, where also Moti and Sinclair, his other 2 spin partners, come from. But Sinclair comes from New Amsterdam and plays for Rose Hall Town. Those 2, Moti and Pomal, plays for Albion in Quarantine Berbice. And of course the 2 fast bowlers also come from Berbice. So the entire Ghana bowling attack comes from the county of Berbice. The largest of the 3 counties, the second largest of the 3 counties, Essequibo, the oil rich, mineral rich, gold rich. That's the biggest county. And of course Demerara, the smallest. But the most important county, there's the Parliament building in that county that's clipped away. That would have been a spectacular catch if he'd held it. It had to be a reflex catch. Can't blame him for dropping that catch. So at the end of the over, it's 132 for 5. As Shamar Brooks is on 33 and 4 to Greaves. The lead mounting up to 109. The strike rate, the current run rate has dipped a little bit. It's now just under 4. When the 2 openers were batting, it was over 5. It started with a bang, the 2 openers. Yes, it's slowing down now. Good delivery again, coming forward. Good afternoon to everyone in Guyana. Anil Bihari, now a real estate agent and a contractor. So if you want to do business with Anil Bihari Contracting Company, you can go onto his Facebook page and check all the details, the numbers, everything. Anil Bihari is a member of the Ghana Cricket Board also, and the marketing manager of the Demerara Cricket Board, doing a lot of work. Anil Bihari, good afternoon to you. Keep up the good work, sir. Moti from the southern end and bowls to good stop again as Brooks, as Greaves goes back and cuts and gets a single. So after sweltering heat in the first 2 sessions, a bit cooler now, nice straight drive, but won't have the legs to go to the boundary. Yeah, nice football work there by Smith. Smith has looked a tired man. When Brooks was batting from this side and he was a third man, every ball, nice classical late cuts. dabbed down to third man and had Smith chasing. And this one almost decapitates the umpire. Ducks out of it. Good work there from umpire Leslie Reefer. Oh my dear, almost got his head knocked off. Soon the umpires will be umpiring with helmets. In the CPL and the IPL, especially the IPL, especially when Chris Gale is batting, some umpire wear helmets and chest guards. Yeah, arm guards too. 136 for 5. Pamal now 15 overs, 2 for 35. Has been the pick of the Guyana bowlers. Moti has picked up 1. And Henry was run out without facing a ball. That's so unfortunate. You get run out without facing a ball. So you're out without no ball facing. Brooks on 36 comes forward and plays it into the onside. Plays it out towards extra cover, in fact. So Pamal. And Brooks just dives that away. This time he wouldn't score because Moti is in the way at backward point. They put Smith on the cover boundary. So he's going to get a breathing space there unless Pamal bowls a real long hop on the off stump and wide. And it's cut there. But that's a good delivery there from Pamal. Shamar Brooks on to 36, made 20 in the first innings. After adding 43 with Richards. They were 9 for 3 when Richards joined him. This is played into the onside. And still no run, 113 runs the lead. So the Leewards, who are also in contention, they play 4th place. They're playing the Windwards. 3 titles. Windwards, as I said, the only team that is in contention to win a title this year, has not won any title as the hard win again blows up and rocks the tent here. So very strong breeze. Yesterday it was even stronger. Had the tables and chairs and everything all over the place. $137 for the loss of 5 wickets. Greaves on 5, Brooks on 37. So Leewards won 3 titles. Well, technically 4, because they shared one with Guyana. They're on the 4th place, and they're playing in the game of the rung against the Windwards, who won 1 title as part of the Combined Islands. So they never won a title on their own. They shared the title with the Combined Islands in 1981 when Viv Richards won the Combined Islands' first title. And Barbados has got 24 titles, including last year, the previous year, back to back. Guyana won last year. They're defending champions. They've won 12, and they're hard pressed now to get their 13th title. So those are the 4 teams that started the rung with chances of getting the title. Barbados, the Leewards, Guyana, and the Windwards. Love to see the Windwards get their first title, because it's almost a foregone conclusion now that Guyana will not win this year's title. especially if the weather forecast for rain on Saturday bears fruit. Even if they win this match, they don't have enough points, bonus points, to win the tournament. First of all, they've got to win this match though. Then think about the other scenarios. West Indies Academy is certainly helping them. A responsible shot there, looking to paddle sweep a ball that's on the stumps. Lucky thing got an edge. Greaves pushes the ball back towards the bowler. Pumal bends. Tall man Pumal. A couple of years ago, well, not a couple, like 15 years ago or 10 years ago, Pumal was not much taller than the stumps. And that time he used the bowl back of the arm, Chinaman left arm spin. That's down to the boundary, and that's 4 byes. So rare loose work from Savory, going down the leg side as Pumal and Moti, the 2 left arm spinners in the side, try to dismiss the CCC for a total less than maybe 200, 250, yeah, or less. Pumal 16 overs, 2 for 36. Brooks on 38. Greaves on 5. Good partnership building. 119 the lead. Forward comes Brooks and drives. High shot. Gets a single. There's a man on the wide long off boundary. Does the fielding. So rotation in the strike and more pressure now as Greaves comes in to take strike. Brooks goes on to 39. Pumal has 5 deliveries to bowl to Greaves. He's got a forward short leg and a silly mid off. Solitary slip in place. The 3 close catches. And he's back, forcing it out towards the backward point position. Give himself room. There's an element of danger in that shot, because Pumal doesn't spin the ball a lot. On this track though, he's extracting a good turn, good set of turn and bunks. But he usually spears the ball in, and that's a dangerous shot to play against a bowler like Pumal. He usually bowls straight. Most of his wickets are bowled down like before. So when you back away and play off your stumps, it's a dangerous. Forward he comes again, plays it into the offside. Forward short leg looks on as the silly mid off does the fielding. Perez. In the old days, the best fielder would field at the bat pad, and like Bacchus, Goslogi, Clayton Lambert and so on. But now it's the youngest person or the newest person in the team you'd put the field there. Now the peel is he goes across the line, but in the mind of the umpire, the ball would have been beating the leg stump, and he says not out. So 143 for 5, 44 overs gone, and Greaves on 5, Brooks on 35. Of course, nobody has gone on to get a big score. Perez 62 is still the highest in the match. Imlak made 55. He was last dismissed. And of course, McCuskey also got a 50, but 54. So Godakesh Moti is on the long on boundary, and Chandrapal is inside where the 30-yard circle will be at the mid-off position. So there's a deep mid-off on a long on when Brooks is batting, gets his 40th run by dabbing that one down towards short third man. And when Sinclair bowls to Greaves, well, he keeps Moti down on the boundary now, doesn't change the field. Greaves on 5, he's faced 21 balls. Brooks on 40 on 91 balls. Shamar Brooks looks good every time he bats, but then he gets out. Sinclair, loud appeal, and he's gone. Leg before, that's Greaves going back to the pavilion for 5. 144 now for the loss of 6 wickets, plumb in front. So Sinclair takes his second wicket. Pamal has 2, Moti has 1, and Henry was run out without facing a ball. So 6 wickets down now, and 144 for 6. So Sinclair striking. All 3 of the Guyana spinners have played Test cricket. Pamal has played 9 Test matches. He's had 31 wickets. Sinclair has just played 1 in Australia. Remembered more for his batting in that game when he made 68. And Shamar Joseph blew away the Australians with a 7-wicket haul, with bowling with an injured toe. Wasn't even expected to bowl because of the condition of his toes. And he was supposed to be in the hotel. He was coaxed to come to the ground and had to borrow somebody's clothes to wear for his first over, and then they had to go back to the hotel for his clothes, and the rest, as they say, is history. But he's got to remember that red ball cricket and white ball cricket are 2 different things. Had to wait a long time for his IPL debut, but still a young man, still talented, and he's going to learn. Had an inauspicious start to his IPL career. None for 47 of 4 overs. In fact, there was 2 catches. One was off a no ball. One was a legitimate catch dropped off him. He could have said he would have had 1. Sinclair bowls, and that's tucked down towards Moti at long on. And the left-hander tosses it back towards his fellow spinner. All 5 of the Guyana bowlers from Berbice. The only Barbician fast bowler to play Test cricket from Essequibo, I mean, is Kimo Paul. He is out with an injury now, and if you include him, then Guyana has a powerful pace attack when Shepherd and Joseph returns. They've got the 12th man here, Silas Tyndall. He's also from Berbice, and there's Cameron, also from Berbice, who played a couple of seasons ago. Keon Joseph is also from Berbice. Ray Joseph, Leslie Lambert, all from Berbice. Of course, the most successful fast bowler for Guyana playing for the West Indies, Colin Croft. He's from Mahaika. Mahaika produced a lot of cricketers. The Chandra Pauls, the Arjuns, Gordial, in the Mati Gordial, the only Guyanese female Test player. She played Test cricket in 2006. That was the last time West Indies played a Test match in female cricket. India, New Zealand, Australia, they all get the chance to play female Test cricket. Since 2006, West Indies has not played a female Test match. 147 for 6. as the over is completed. The lead now 124. So McCaskey 56 showing the way, but Shamar Brooks is still there, and with him is Goodridge now. Goodridge can give the ball quite a whack. He looks like a light heavyweight boxer, big and strong. So in fading light, with just two spectators now on the ground. The Latif's family. Well, not the Latif's family, because they've got a daughter who's in Guyana. A loose bit of work there from Moti as he goes towards the cover position to his right and fumbles the ball. They get runs, takes them up now to 149. So one away from 150. Brooks 7 away from another first class 50. Goodridge, he's on 1. Luke and Saucy. She's not Saucy, that's her call name or nickname. She's Avian Latif. But the soca singer, Saucy Belfont, I don't know how she got that name. Maybe she was whining in a band. And they called her that. So good return coming in from the deep. So 6 wickets down and the lead 127. But this game could end tomorrow once Shamar Brooks doesn't get support and makes 100, because he's capable of making 100, Shamar Brooks. But if Shamar Brooks is dismissed, then this game could end tomorrow, but not as early as you would expect. Nice shot down the ground, and the ball is picked up by the mid-off deep. The strike goes back now to Shamar Brooks. He's on 44, 2 to Goodridge, 150, 1 for 6, lead now 128. Yeah, that ball would have missed the leg stump, but you could have heard boof when it hit the pad. That indicated that there was no edge. Plumb on the pads, but heading down the leg side. Pomal, and that's a good shot again. Gets a single. When he plays that shot, it reminds me of Carl Hooper, the late cut, the dab. And that was my favorite shot when I was batting. You could ask that guy sitting there in the stand. I got him run out playing that shot in the inter-county game. He charged down the track, and I just admired my late cut. I used to bat at 10, I was an off spinner. Luke Latif, remember that day at Essequibo? At Hampton Court. Here is Sinclair at the UE ground. That's a brilliant stop there by the captain. Imlak played a good tournament so far. Didn't keep his the West Indies second string keeper to the silver, but in this tournament he's developed, or he's got a injury to his right index finger. That's where you see the tape in, and so he's not took the gloves. Savory has done a good job though. Also gotten a century. He's gotten 62 in this game, because he explained to me when he takes the ball reverse cup and it hits the gloves, his finger, it's painful. But he can grip the bat. Lovely shot. He's in a shoot of that, and we'll pull it back just inside. The Guyana captain in black. And he's gotten 200s in this tournament. Got a 50 today also, batting with the tail. Could have gotten a bit more, refused the strike. A lot of times Ben was batting with turn. So 154 for the loss of 6. Sinclair, 2 for 24. Bowling the final ball of 8 over. And that's the end of the over from Sinclair. At the end of it, Campus CCC in their second innings, 155 for the loss of 6. Standout McCarthy, he made 56. But Brooks is going strong. He's on 48, 2 away from another first class 100. Conditions seem to be getting brighter. There are little patches of blue now evident in the sky, judging from the camera there. If you look at the screen, you'll see that the clouds have gotten a lot lighter, and they are now more blue in the sky. No immediate threat of rain. There was a definite threat of rain like half an hour ago, but luckily the rains stayed away. There's a forecast for rain on the weekend, which means Saturday could be in danger of a washout. Yeah, our technical man is saying if it gets to Saturday. Well, it might not get to Saturday if they dismiss the CCC for another low score, but they've got to get rid of Shamar Brooks. He's 49 now and looking better and better with every shot. Godridge is on 2. He's maybe an all-rounder in the sense of regional cricket. He's a big man though. Almost built like a light heavyweight boxer. Can hit the ball into those advertisement billboards, and no one, he's gone. Hits it not into the advertising billboard but straight to Sinclair, and he's gone. Commentator's curse? Yes. So Amir Goodridge goes for 2 as Morty strikes. So 156 for 7. I'm now leaning with you that the match will finish tomorrow. So the drinks are on the field. No, just after lunch tomorrow. Yes, well, back here at the University of the West Indies campus in St. Augustine. Lovely little ground. with nice floodlights, and one stand which is occupied by Mr. and Mistress Latif. Yesterday there were 2 people, today there were 3, and now they're back with 2. So that's short and steered away out towards backward point. This is the hero of the day coming into bat, Mahabir Singh, 8 for 57 on debut. Celebrated his 23rd birthday yesterday. Yeah, so that's the best bowling figures for a debutant in regional first class cricket ever. Since 1865, when Guyana played Barbados. Well, British Guyana played Barbados at the parade ground in Guyana. Yeah, yesterday was also his birthday. So a good birthday gift. A first class debut. Lovely looking sight there. The trees, the leaves on the trees showing the effects of the wind, which is strong. And that's where on top of on top of the dorms. No, it can't be on top of the dorms. It has to be behind the dorms. Yeah, on the road. Well, not on the road. Could be in the compound. But it might be on the road because those trees are on the road. Yeah, Sinclair bowls, and that's hit back past the bowler down towards Moti for a single. So he gets a 50. Yeah, lovely 50 from Shamar Brooks. Real classical player, Shamar Brooks. Just didn't live up to expectations at the highest level. Batted so fluently and elegantly. One of the disappointments. Darren Bravo is another. Played such lovely shots, Bravo. Scupper drives, almost Lara-like. But had several issues. Never really focused totally on his cricket. Distracted by those issues. And when he was eventually picked, refused to go. He had a tremendous season last year though. Yeah, the 50 over tournament. I still think that he's the best batter of spin bowling in the Caribbean at present, right now. Sinclair, spinner himself, who doesn't really turn the ball much. Mahabir Singh really spun the ball big, especially destroyed the left-handers, made a mess of them. Got all 3 left-handers in the Guyana side with big turning off breaks. Either caught at slip, caught behind. As in the case of Ashkir Prasad, that one turned away from him. The previous delivery, he was beaten. The ball turned a long way, and the next ball was an arm ball. Came in towards him and scattered his stumps. That was excellent bowling from Mahabir Singh. That's his name, Avinash Mahabir Singh. He's in strike. And he looks competent with the bat also. My friend here knows the whole history. They grew up together. How good is he with the bat? Very good. Yes, I saw that in the first innings. Lovely shot. Hard into the ground. Spectators catch. Well, there are not many spectators. There are actually 2 spectators. Oh, 3. There's one across there too. Yeah, so there. He must be backing Trinidad. He doesn't know Trinidad is not playing in this game. So there are two over there, the Latifs, and there's one opposite. No, he's not a spectator. He's a. Oh, yeah. So there are four spectators. Yeah. What a capacity crowd. But that's the usual thing in regional first class cricket now. The crowds are not large. When cricket is played at Providence, 4-day cricket, you find like 10 people in the ground, unless it's the last day on a Sunday, and they're starting the game now on a Wednesday, so there's no weekend. There's just one day in the weekend, and I think that's maybe the CWI explained the cost of travel and the availability of traveling to finish a game on Sunday. Sunday is an easier day to travel. They're using Sunday now as the traveling day. Maybe they get a less cost. The airline is less full on Sundays. I don't know. But a lot of people were asking why did they start the game on Wednesday when they could have started it in the past on a Thursday and finish on a Sunday. They even started it in the Shell Shield days on a Friday. Went through the weekend and finished on a Monday. But that's the past. Things have changed. And that's loose bit of work there from Perez. Just dives like if he dived into a pool, dived over the ball. Didn't hit the water because there's none. There's just dry weather here in Trinidad. But the people on the hills and so with the bushfires and so would be glad for rain. And the farmers in Guyana all over there's dry weather. You know, in Antigua was sweltering hot. Jamaica is hot. St. Kitts very hot. Here is Moti. Forward he comes. Guyana, beautiful country in South America. Guyana geographically is a part of South America, but culturally and socially a part of the Caribbean. The only English-speaking country in South America, bordered by the Portuguese country, Brazil, the Spanish country, Venezuela, and to the east, the Dutch country of Suriname. So another over completed. 160 for 7. So McCarthy 56 now looks in threat because Brooks is on 52 and Perez had 62. But on a day like this, it wouldn't get to that because the bad light will stop play. On a normal day, when there is sun goes down like around 5:45, and at this time of the year, the match could finish at 5:30. Sinclair bowls, and that's turned away out towards Thorne at the short mid wicket position. So that's Versami Pomal, the leading wicket taker in regional cricket. Got 640 first class wickets, including 31 from 9 test matches. So he goes up now to where the 30 yard circle would be in a one-day game. So they've brought up the mid-on, they've brought up the mid-off, and they're gonna attack Mahabir Singh. I was so impressed with the bowling of Mahabir Singh. Not so much his results, the wickets he took, but the way he bowled, he flighted the ball, he spun the ball, he bowled like an old-time off spinner. And he has a good arm ball. That arm ball that dismissed Ashkar Prasad, he set him up. The previous delivery was a big turning off break, which he pushed at and missed. And then the next ball was the opposite. If you could spin the ball big, that makes your arm ball more potent, because it's almost opposite. But if you don't spin the ball a lot and you bowl your arm ball, it wouldn't be such a difference. Like Sinclair, if he gets most of his wickets with the ball that goes on with the arm, the straighter ball. And on a pitch like this, you should expect him to spin a few balls, because this is a pitch that spinners would like to take home with them and take to every venue. So as we pan out, we see the dorms. No, that's outside the ground. Is that a hotel? A house? Oh, that's a campus apartments. Yes, there's some of that in Cummins Lodge in Guyana. That's near the university at Turkine. There's also the teachers training school just next to the university. That's a quick single. Good running in the end. 52 to Brooks, 2 to Mahabir Singh, 162 for 7. Yes, in Guyana, in a place called Cummins Lodge, that's just close to the university. People are building university buildings now. Got university students from all over coming in. No, that's a quicker ball, turned away from the right-hander. He missed, but he was still in his crease. But you've got to be vocal, you've got to be appealing, you've got to be on your toes. Let the batsman know that you're there. Like the university here, the University of Guyana had a cricket team. In the past, they contributed players. I remember Guilford Moore played for CCC. But most of the players from the UG now, they're gone to a club called MYO in the city. Wouldn't look for a second there because it's Pomal in the way, not Smith. And they settled for 1. So Mahabir Singh, he's on 3, showing good all-round ability. Really had a fantastic bowling performance today. Some of the wickets, well, a very few, like Smith, who just pelted a lash, that we call it in Guyana, pelt a lash, and was caught at short mid-wicket with his captain on 4th at the non-strikers end. That was a gift for, well, a birthday gift, belated birthday gift for Manik Mahab. What's his name? Mohan Mo 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 what? Mahabir Singh. Mahabir Singh. Okay. Avinash Mahabir Singh. That sounds like 3 names. Mahabir and Singh and Avinash. So you put them together, Avinash Mahabir Singh. So Pomal is back to replace Sinclair. Sinclair hasn't bowled that much in this tournament. He scored a lot of runs with the bat though. Turned into the onside. Bad line on that occasion there from Pomal, just straying down the leg side. And Brooks coming in to strike now as Avinash just plays that ball into the onside. He's on 4. Brings Brooks, his captain, into strike. He's on 53. He has to play a captain's knock here, Shamar Brooks. Cool conditions here now. The frightening wind is gone, and so is the sun. Good delivery brings the CCC captain forward. Wealth of experience, Brooks. Young Guyana team. Pamal, 34, is the oldest person in the Guyana team. Looking at youth for the future. First time they're playing since 2014 without their captain Leon Johnson. Won his 6th title last year when Guyana won the title, the defending champions. I doubt if they can mount a successful title defense this year. And some will say that it's because of Leon Johnson's captaincy was missing this year, that's why they lost. I don't think so. I think Imlak did a fair job. Took over the captaincy in the one-day tournament from Pamal. But I don't think that Guyana groomed. I don't think in the West Indies we groom captains for when the captain leaves. That's a problem with the West Indies. Forward comes Brooks and brings the overturn. And 2 for 42 is Moti, 2 for 43 is Pamal, and 2 wickets also for Sinclair. So this spin trio have gotten 6 of the wickets to fall. And of course Henry unfortunately run out without a ball, without facing a ball. Good afternoon to Pastor Warren Figueroa in the United States. Derek Kalituran, Alvin Kalituran's younger brother, he is also living in the United States. Came back the other day to celebrate the championship double winning in 1983. The team that won there. They had a 5th match at the Everest ground, which included the President of Guyana and the Minister of Sport, the Honorable Charles Ramson, and of course Dr. Mohammed Arfan Ali. Both of them are competent cricketers. Actually, Charles Ramson played under 19 cricket and first division cricket for Everest as a left-arm spinner. But when he didn't make the under 19 Demerara team, his parents advised him to take his studies seriously, which he did. And he went and did his studies in England and said he made a century playing for his university in England. Of course, the President of Guyana scored 100 against the police force in a tape ball match at the National Park tarmac. Both of them are big lovers of cricket, and they played a big role in getting the CPL to Guyana for 3 years, the semi-finals and finals. This is the last year, and hopefully not the last. I think Trinidad had it for 3 years also at one point. But only Trinidad and Guyana have capacity crowds for the CPL. And CPL make the most money when they play it in those 2 countries. At the end of the over, run rate has dropped to 3.4. Niall Smith, no wicket for 12 runs, 2 overs. Thorne, expensive too, none for 30. and the three spinners all with 2 wickets each. Moti, Pomal and Sinclair. CPL starts in August, late September, after the World Cup. World Cup starts on the 1st of June to the 29th of June. Guyana's got a semi-final. Trinidad and Tobago has got a semi-final, and the final will be played at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. The matches for the first time being played in the US of A, the stadium in Long Island in New York. That's almost near completion, catering for 38,000 people. And the big game, the biggest game in the States would be the the Pakistan versus India match, because there are lots of Indians or Asians, people of Asian descent, and I'm sure a lot of Indians from India, Pakistan, all over the place will come there to see that match, because India is a cricket crazy country. I remember the 2007 World Cup when India got knocked out, beaten by Bangladesh. Some of the players sent home SOS, guard my house, guard my family, because in India when players do badly, they burn their house down. They have effigies, burn them, the statues of them, the paper statues or the cloth statues they make of them, burn them, got delivery again, spinning past the outside edge. But when you turn the ball square, you're not likely to out the batsman, because you're turning it so big that he misses. But it looks nice and fancy. But when you turn the ball just a little bit, that's likely to get the edge. But when you turn the ball square and then you got the batsman squared up, it's embarrassing. Batsman looks ugly. And the crowd goes, ooh, if there are any at the ground. Yeah. So a field change, more pressure. Gonna go maybe to a leg gully, a leg slip. Yes, a leg slip. A deep leg slip. That's the captain Imlak. So he's gone to a leg slip. There's a forward short leg. There's a silly mid off. And would he now go to gully? Yes, he's going to a second slip. So there are 2 slips, a forward short leg, a leg slip, a short cover, a short mid wicket, a mid on, and a square cover. So Kamal bowls and he plays forward. Mahabir Singh. Can't overemphasize how impressed I was with this young man today. Just 23 years old and bowled like an old-fashioned off-spinner. Flighted the ball, well turned the ball, good variations, and he's young. He'll learn more things as he gets older. I wouldn't be surprised if next year I see him playing for Trinidad and Tobago. Pomal, who's been around first-class cricket since 2007. That's a long time. And he started a 4, he ends the over. At the end of the over, 165 for 7. That's the end of the second day at 165 for 7. 55 overs CCC have batted in their second innings. The same amount of overs they batted when they made 200 runs in their first innings. Brooks is on 54. Avinash is on 4. And 3 bowlers have taken 2 wickets so far. Moti, Sinclair and Pomal. So until we come back tomorrow, we tell you that CCC first innings 200, Guyana replying with 223 with a lead of 23, and at the end of day 2, CCC putting up a lot of fight, 165 for 7, but the hero of the day, Avinash Mani Singh.